Their quiet moment was shattered by the low rumble of the garage door grinding open. Jake turned his head, peering through the kitchen doorway just in time to see Kara burst in. Her dirty blonde hair bouncing with every step. She was a whirlwind of energy, her presence filling the room like a gust of fresh air. "Oh, sweet, Chinese food," she exclaimed. Her voice bright with hunger. "I'm starving. I'm gonna run upstairs and change real quick." She stopped mid-stride, her sneakers squeaking against the tile as she caught the odd, heavy silence hanging between her parents. Her brows knitted together, suspicion creeping into her wide blue eyes. "Wait, what's going on? Did something happen?" Her tone sharpened, her instincts picking up on the unspoken tension. Jake glanced at Claire, a silent question passing between them. Her subtle nod gave him the green light, and he cleared his throat, turning to face his daughter. "I had a visitor today," he said carefully, watching Kara's reaction. "Someone unexpected." "Who? Ashley?" Kara's voice was a mix of confusion and curiosity, her head tilting as she tried to piece it together. "The Ashley," Claire added softly, her words carrying a weight that hung in the air. It took a heartbeat for the realization to hit Kara. Her eyes widened, her mouth falling open as she stared at her father. "Wait, you mean her?" she gasped, her voice rising with disbelief. Jake nodded slowly, and Kara's gaze darted around the room, half expecting Ashley to pop out from behind the couch. "Where is she? Is she really here?" "She's upstairs, sleeping," Jake said with a small, reassuring smile. "Been a long day for her." "Oh my God, are you serious?" Kara's hands flew to her face, her excitement bubbling over. "What happened? How did this even, what?" She was practically vibrating, her words tumbling out in a rush. Jake let out a soft laugh, the sound warm and grounding. "Yes, sweetheart, I'm serious. I'll fill you in over dinner, okay? Promise." Kara nodded, still too stunned to form a proper response, her mind clearly racing a mile a minute. "Let me set the table," Claire said, sliding off Jake's lap with a quick peck on his cheek. She moved with purpose, her hands already reaching for plates. "Have you heard from Carter?" she called over her shoulder, glancing at Kara. Kara blinked, shaking herself out of her daze. "Oh, yeah, I talked to him like 10 minutes ago. He's stuck in traffic. But he'll be here soon." Her voice was still tinged with shock, but she was starting to regain her footing. "Good," Jake said, his tone lightening. Then, without warning, Kara, his little chatterbox, as he'd called her since she was a toddler, launched herself into his arms. "Oh my gosh, Dad, I can't believe this. This is so insane, I'm so happy. What's she like? Does she look like me? Where's she been? Oh my gosh, I've got a sister now, that's so cool." Her words spilled out like a torrent, her enthusiasm unstoppable. Jake chuckled, catching Claire's eye across the room. She was grinning too, clearly delighted by Kara's unrestrained joy. Any lingering worries Jake had about how his family would take to Ashley evaporated in that moment, replaced by a tentative hope, though a quiet thread of concern still tugged at him. How would Ashley, so fragile and uncertain, handle this whirlwind of love? Later that afternoon, Jake's phone buzzed in his pocket, pulling him out of his thoughts. He'd been raking leaves in the backyard, the crisp autumn air biting at his knuckles as he worked. Wiping his dirt-streaked hands on his flannel shirt, he fished out the phone and squinted at the screen. A text from Claire, *finished shopping. Be home in 10. OMG, she's so cute. Zoxo, *, he smiled, shaking his head. Claire had picked up OMG from Kara years ago, and it still tickled him to see her use it. He tapped out a quick reply, *sounds good. See you soon asterisk, and shoved the phone back into his jeans. He'd decided to tackle the yard while the girls were out, needing the physical labor to quiet his racing mind. The events of the past day were finally sinking in, settling into his bones like the first frost of the season. As he dragged the rake through the brittle leaves, his thoughts spun in two directions. On one hand, he was eager to get to know Ashley, to bridge the gap of all those lost years. It wouldn't be easy, God knows it'd be a rocky road, but Claire's boundless optimism was rubbing off on him. Last night, as they'd lain in bed, she'd whispered idea after idea about how to make Ashley feel at home, her voice brimming with excitement as if she'd been preparing for this moment her whole life. They'd brainstormed together, though Jake knew most of the spark came from her. But then there was the flip side, the shadow that crept in uninvited. As he worked, he realized he might have to call his ex-wife. The thought made his stomach twist, his grip tightening on the rake. Why had she done it? He'd stopped chasing answers years ago, burying the hurt under layers of acceptance because, really, what choice did he have? But this was different. His little girl, Ashley, was hurting, and he'd move heaven and earth to ease that pain. Even if it meant dredging up the past. An old saying floated into his mind, one his father used to repeat, a real man puts the ones he loves before himself. If it came to it, he'd make that call. He'd talk to Claire about it later, she'd know how to navigate this mess. And then there was Kevin. Jake's jaw clenched as the name surfaced, unbidden. For 2 brutal years after the divorce, he'd fantasized about tracking that bastard down, giving him the reckoning he deserved. But time had dulled the edges of that rage, and he'd trained himself to let it go. Kevin wasn't worth the energy. Now, though, with Ashley back, the old wounds felt raw again. He could hire someone, dig up where Kevin was hiding, settle the score once and for all. But he shook his head, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Claire had changed him, softened him. In the old days, he'd have let anger drive him straight into a fight, consequences be damned. Not anymore. He had too much to lose now, a beautiful life that just got richer with Ashley's return. Kevin might have won back then, but Jake was the victor now. Besides, he thought with a shiver, he wasn't about to risk jail again. Once was enough. Satisfied with the yard, Jake hauled the rake to the shed, his boots crunching over the leaf-strewn grass. Back in the house, he washed his hands at the kitchen sink, the cool water soothing his calloused palms. Grabbing a bottle of water from the fridge, he sank into a chair at the table, taking a long sip. He closed his eyes, exhaling deeply. Had it really only been a day since everything changed? It felt like a lifetime compressed into hours, surreal and overwhelming. His mind drifted to dinner the night before, Carter's wide-eyed shock as Jake recounted Ashley's story, Claire and Kara's tears glistening in the dim light, the way they'd all rallied around her. No matter what it takes, Claire had vowed, her voice steady with resolve. Carter had shrugged it off after, slipping back into his easygoing rhythm, but Kara? She'd been electric. Practically begging to wake Ashley up right then and there. I can't believe I have an older sister, she'd squealed, only rolling her eyes when Jake pointed out Ashley was barely 2 months older. Semantics, Dad, she'd shot back, and he'd laughed until his sides ached. That morning, Jake had risen before dawn, determined to make Ashley's first day feel warm and alive. He'd been right to do it. Around 6 a.m., he'd heard faint stirrings from her room. Crossing the hall, he'd tapped lightly on her door. She'd opened it, bleary-eyed and fragile, looking like she'd barely slept despite her 14-hour crash. Her nerves were palpable, her hands twisting together as she hovered in the doorway. Jake had done his best to put her at ease. His voice low and steady, but it wasn't until Claire and Kara burst in with their whirlwind of hugs that Ashley's shoulders loosened, just a fraction. By breakfast, Kara's relentless chatter had coaxed a small laugh from her, a tentative sound, but a start. Carter, ever the cool older brother, had chimed in too, promising to show her the best local hangouts. Claire, of course, had taken the reins, whipping up Ashley's favorite omelets after slyly teasing the detail out of her. They'd all taken the day off, except Carter, who couldn't skip work, and the girls had hatched their shopping plan while Ashley listened, wide-eyed and quiet, trying to absorb it all. At one point, Jake had draped an arm around her. And to his surprise, she hadn't pulled away. Claire and Kara had noticed, and before he knew it, they were all tangled in a group hug, a messy, beautiful moment of connection. Jake's phone buzzed again, snapping him back to the present. A text from Kara, pulling in now. Need help with bags, he grinned, his little chatterbox had a knack for excess at the mall. Especially when she wasn't footing the bill. She'd learned to budget her own cash since turning 16, but with her parents' card in hand? All bets were off. Stepping into the garage, he watched Claire's SUV roll in, his heart lifting at the sight of their smiles. And then there was Ashley, laughing, her face alight in a way he hadn't seen yet. Claire hopped out, planting a kiss on him that made his knees wobble. Get a room, you two, Kara teased, her voice cutting through the moment. Jake and Claire laughed, glancing at the girls. Kara was unfazed. Used to her parents' antics, but Ashley's expression flickered, half amused, half uncertain, like she was still finding her place in this noisy, loving chaos. The air in the car felt thick with unease as Ashley sat quietly, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. Kara, lounging in the seat beside her, let out a bright, carefree laugh that cut through the tension like a warm breeze. "Oh, don't worry, Ash," she said, her voice bubbling with reassurance. "You'll get used to us soon enough. We're basically just a bunch of overgrown kids around here." Her grin was wide and infectious, but Ashley didn't respond. She just stared out the window, her mind a whirlwind of doubt and gratitude she didn't know how to express. When they pulled into the driveway, Jake hopped out and circled to the back of the car. His tone playful but laced with curiosity. "All right, let's see what kind of damage you girls did to the mall today." The three, Kara, Ashley, and Claire, exchanged knowing glances. Their lips sealed in a conspiratorial silence as they flashed him coy smiles. With a theatrical flourish, Jake popped the trunk, and his jaw dropped. Piled high were at least a dozen shopping bags, bursting at the seams with clothes, shoes, and little treasures. The sight was overwhelming, a chaotic rainbow of fabric and possibility spilling out into the afternoon light. Ashley's eyes darted to Jake's stunned expression, and guilt surged through her chest. "I'm so sorry," she blurted, her words tumbling out in a rush. "I told them it was way too much, I didn't mean for it to get like this." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, but before Jake could fully process her apology, he held up a hand, his voice softening. "Oh, no, sweetheart, I'm not upset," he began, his tone warm and genuine. But Kara, ever the whirlwind, swooped in, cutting him off mid-sentence. "Don't even listen to him," she said with a dismissive wave, scooping up a handful of bags. "He's just playing the grump card. He'll get over it in, like, 5 minutes." She shot a wink at her parents, her confidence unshakable, and sauntered toward the house, her arms laden with spoils. Ashley lingered behind, her bashful gaze flickering between the ground and Kara's retreating figure. She grabbed a few bags of her own, their weight a tangible reminder of the generosity she wasn't used to, and followed her friend inside. Jake and Claire lingered by the car, sharing a quiet laugh. They both knew Kara had a knack for smoothing over awkward moments, a gift she'd clearly inherited from her mother. Claire's eyes sparkled with affection as she watched the girls disappear through the door. "She's just like you know," Jake murmured, nudging her gently. Claire only smiled, her heart swelling with pride. Once the girls were out of sight, Jake turned to his wife, his curiosity piqued. "So, did you all have fun out there?" Claire's face lit up, her voice brimming with fondness. "Oh, absolutely. Ashley's such a sweetheart, she kept insisting we were buying her too much. I think she was overwhelmed, but in a good way." Jake chuckled, shaking his head as he surveyed the mountain of bags still in the trunk. "Well, it looks like you three bought half the mall." Claire grinned, leaning against the car. "Only half," she teased. "But don't worry, we got everything she needs." Jake raised an eyebrow, his interest deepening. "So, what did you all talk about while you were out there racking up the bill?" Claire's smile turned cryptic, a playful glint in her eyes. "Stuff," she said simply, her tone light but evasive. "What kind of stuff?" he pressed, intrigued by her vagueness. "Just, stuff," she repeated, then deftly shifted the conversation. "Ashley seems hesitant, though. She'll start to open up, let us in a little, and then she pulls back again." Jake's heart sank at that. It wasn't unexpected, Ashley had been through more than any kid her age should, but the reality of her guardedness still stung. He could picture her now. Those quiet moments when her eyes clouded with memories she wouldn't share. Claire must have sensed his shift in mood because she stepped closer, her hands gently cupping his face. "Don't worry, love," she whispered, her touch grounding him. "We'll be there for her. Whatever it takes, we'll make sure she feels safe." Jake nodded, drawing strength from her resolve. "You're right," he sighed, grabbing the last of the bags. "Come on, let's get inside. Time for the next step." As they stepped into the house, Jake tossed another question over his shoulder. "So, what else did you chat about out there?" Claire just smiled again, her lips sealed as she brushed past him into the kitchen. He followed, but when he glanced around, the girls were nowhere in sight. "Where'd they go?" he asked, setting the bags on the counter. "Probably upstairs," Claire replied, already rifling through the purchases. Jake strode to the base of the stairs and called up, "Girls, come on down, we need to talk." A muffled "be right there" floated back, unmistakably Kara's voice, bright and unbothered. Back in the kitchen, Jake watched as Claire pulled a handsome brown shirt from one of the bags and held it out to him. "We thought this would look great on you," she said, her eyes warm with anticipation. Without Claire and Kara in his life, Jake knew he'd probably still be rotating the same 3 faded shirts he'd owned since college. They had a knack for picking out things he'd never choose himself, stylish, thoughtful pieces he'd grown to love because they came from them. "You like it?" Claire asked, watching his reaction. "I do," he said sincerely, running his fingers over the fabric. "Good," she replied, her smile widening. "Because Ashley picked it out." Jake's eyes widened in surprise, a slow grin spreading across his face. Claire laughed softly. "We wanted to get you something nice, so we asked her to choose." Overwhelmed with affection, Jake pulled Claire into his arms. "Come here." "Beautiful," he murmured, pressing a tender kiss to her lips. To him, Claire was everything. Her beauty wasn't just in her face but in the way she loved, the way she always put others first. This gift wasn't just about him, it was her subtle, brilliant way of drawing Ashley into the family, making her feel like she belonged. He adored her for it. Their moment was interrupted by Kara's voice, ringing out with a laugh. "Oh, come on, look at Ashley." Jake and Claire pulled apart, turning to see the girls descending the stairs. Kara's grin was as wide as ever, but what caught Jake off guard was Ashley, her lips curved in a small, tentative smile. It wasn't as bold as Kara's, but it was a start. A fragile glimmer of joy that hadn't been there before. Jake's chest tightened with hope. Kara must have been working overtime to lift her spirits, he thought, and it was paying off. He and Claire had never shied away from showing their affection. Kara and their son Carter were used to it, but for Ashley, who'd likely never seen love so openly displayed, it probably felt like stepping into a strange new world. Claire stepped back from Jake, her voice gentle but firm. "Sit down, girls. We need to discuss a few things." As they settled around the table, Kara piped up, nodding at the shirt in Jake's hands. "Do you like it, Dad?" He turned to Ashley, his gratitude genuine. "I do. Thank you." Ashley's cheeks pinked, and Kara jumped in, beaming. "Good. Ash chose it. I told her you'd love it. Mom must have spilled the beans already, huh?" Claire nodded, and Kara turned to Ashley with a triumphant grin. "See? I knew he'd be into it." Ashley dipped her head, offering a shy nod in response. Jake leaned forward, his tone softening. "Did you enjoy shopping, sweetheart?" Ashley's voice was quiet, barely above a whisper. "Yeah, but no one's ever bought me so much before. I don't even know how to thank you." Her words hung in the air, heavy with a vulnerability that made Jake's heart ache. "It's our pleasure," he said, his smile steady. "We want to help you, it's what we're here for. But that actually brings me to something else." He paused, glancing at Claire. She met his gaze and gave a small, encouraging nod, knowing exactly where he was headed. Turning back to Ashley, he continued, "Just so you know, we won't be doing this all the time." Confusion flickered across her face, so he elaborated. "Claire and I talked it over, and we want to offer you the same deal we gave Kara and Carter. In this house, everyone pitches in. We believe that by 16, you should start learning to take care of yourself, not completely, of course," he added quickly as Claire chimed in. "As parents, we'll always cover the basics: food, a roof over your head, clothes, school stuff. You don't need to worry about that." Ashley's eyes widened, and she shook her head. "You don't have to. I've been taking care of myself for years. I got my first job at 14. I won't be a burden." Her words hit Jake like a punch to the gut, not because he doubted her strength, but because she felt she had to prove it. Before he could respond, Claire leaned in, her voice soft but firm. "You're not a burden, Ashley. We're happy to support you, please don't ever think otherwise." Still, Ashley looked uneasy, her fingers fidgeting in her lap. Jake pressed on, wanting to ease her fears. "Like I told you yesterday, you're welcome here as long as you want. This is your home now, you'll never be a burden." He offered her a warm smile, then added, "And just so you know, I got my first job at 14 too." That earned him a tiny smile from Ashley, a fleeting connection that lit up her face. Kara, watching the exchange, let out a dramatic, "Wow, that's so weird." Her eyes widened in mock surprise as she smirked at her dad. Jake caught Ashley's gaze, and something clicked, they both burst into laughter. A shared memory from the day before when someone had pointed out their similar smirks. "What's so funny?" Kara demanded, looking between them. "Nothing," Jake and Ashley said in unison, which only made them laugh harder. Kara rolled her eyes, groaning. "Oh no, Mom, looks like we've got another weirdo like Dad on our hands." Claire laughed, her eyes crinkling with amusement. "But that's why we love him, isn't it?" Jake grinned, turning to Ashley. "See what I have to deal with around here?" Ashley's smile widened, and for the first time, she looked truly at ease. "Don't worry," Kara said, tossing her a playful nudge. "We'll get her on our side soon enough." Ashley giggled, a soft, unexpected sound that sent Claire and Kara into their own peals of laughter. But then Jake noticed something. The three of them, Claire, Kara, and Ashley, were exchanging quick, secretive glances. Suspicion prickled at him. "What's going on?" he asked, leaning forward. I feel like I'm missing something. Their laughter erupted again, louder this time, filling the kitchen with a joy that felt almost tangible. Jake shook his head, grinning despite himself. Let me guess, he said, turning to Claire. This has to do with something you talked about at the mall, doesn't it? She nodded, her eyes dancing with mischief, and he chuckled. Oh. Looks like Carter and I are officially outnumbered. Okay, ladies, he said, raising his hands in mock surrender. Settle down, we've still got some things to discuss. As their giggles faded, Claire took the lead. Your dad's right. Where were we, honey? Kara, still catching her breath, piped up. You were sharing the plan. Jake nodded, turning back to Ashley. Right. So. We'll support you, but you'll have some responsibilities too. A thought struck him. Do you have your driver's license? Ashley nodded, and he smiled. Great. Same rule applies, we'll help you get a nice, safe used car. Kara's head snapped up, indignation flaring. That's not fair. Carter and I had years to save up for our half, Ashley hasn't had that time. How's she supposed to pay half? Claire stepped in smoothly. We know that, sweetie. That's why your dad and I decided to cover the cost, and Ashley can pay us back little by little. She turned to Ashley. Is that okay with you? Ashley froze, her mouth parting slightly as shock washed over her features. Jake watched her closely. Noting the way Kara had jumped to her defense, a small but fierce act of loyalty that seemed to catch Ashley off guard. For a moment, she was speechless, her eyes darting between them. Then, slowly, she shrank back into herself, her shyness creeping in once more. Jake's heart tugged, he could see the walls she'd built, the ones they'd have to gently dismantle, brick by brick. But he knew they had time, and more importantly, they had love. Whatever it took, they'd get there together. Just moments ago, Ashley had let her guard down. Her voice soft and hesitant as she shared a piece of herself with them. But now, as the room buzzed with energy, she shrank back into herself, her shoulders hunching slightly. Her hazel eyes darting nervously between the faces around her. The flicker of vulnerability she'd shown was gone. Replaced by a quiet discomfort that seemed to weigh on her like a heavy coat she couldn't shake off. Kara, though, was oblivious to the shift, or perhaps too caught up in her own excitement to notice. She leaned forward, her curly brown hair bouncing as she clapped her hands together, her voice bubbling over with enthusiasm. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. We can totally go car shopping together. Ash. Picture it, we'll cruise around town, test driving all the fun stuff. Maybe you could get a Jetta like mine, it's zippy and cute, perfect for you. Or what about a Honda hatchback? Those things are adorable, right? Oh, or, hear me out, a Volkswagen Bug. I was this close to getting one myself before I fell in love with my Jetta. What do you think? Any favorites popping into your head yet? Ashley's lips parted, but the words didn't come easily. She shifted in her chair, the hardwood creaking faintly beneath her. And her fingers twisted together in her lap. I can't afford any of that, she finally mumbled, her voice barely above a whisper. As if admitting it out loud made her feel smaller than she already did. Jake, sitting across the table with his broad shoulders and steady gaze, softened at her words. He reached out, resting a reassuring hand on her arm. It's okay, sweetheart, he said gently, his deep voice carrying a warmth that seemed to wrap around her like a blanket. If you want, you could work at the bar with me. Waiting tables, serving drinks, it's good money, and you'd pick it up fast. What do you think? Ashley's wide eyes locked onto his, her breath catching as she processed the offer. The bar, Jake's place, was a cozy, dimly lit spot downtown, always humming with the chatter of regulars and the clink of glasses. She could almost picture herself there, balancing trays of frosty beers and weaving between tables, but the image felt foreign, overwhelming. She didn't respond, just stared. Her mind racing behind those startled eyes. Claire, perched gracefully at the table's edge, tilted her head, her silver-streaked hair catching the afternoon light streaming through the window. "Is that what you want, Ashley?" she asked, her tone calm and measured, like a lighthouse guiding a lost ship to shore. "We can help you find a job, whatever you'd like. There's no rush." "No. It's not that," Ashley said quickly, her words tumbling out in a rush as she shook her head. This is just too much. I don't even know what to say." Her voice cracked slightly. And she pressed her lips together, fighting the tidal wave of emotions threatening to spill over. "You don't have to say anything," Jake assured her, leaning back in his chair with a small, understanding smile. He'd seen that look before, the deer-in-headlights expression of someone grappling with more than they could hold. "I know it's a lot to wrap your head around. But we're here for you, okay?" "Yeah," Kara chimed in, her grin wide and infectious. "We're family, Ash. And families got each other's backs, no matter what." She bounced a little in her seat, barely containing her excitement, her sneakers tapping a restless rhythm against the hardwood floor. Claire nodded, her eyes crinkling with a quiet pride. "That's right. So, what do you think?" Ashley's gaze drifted between them, her mind a chaotic swirl of gratitude, fear, and disbelief. The room seemed to close in around her, Jake's weathered oak table, the faded floral curtains swaying gently in the breeze, the faint hum of the refrigerator in the corner. It was all so normal, so real, and yet it felt like a dream she didn't belong in. She knew the conversation was about to veer into even murkier waters, and the thought made her stomach twist. After a long, heavy silence, she managed a tiny nod, her voice barely audible. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Jake said warmly, his eyes softening as he turned to Kara. "Hey, why don't you help her find something? We'll go pick it up together." Kara's face lit up like a kid on Christmas morning. "No problem. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so much fun." She sprang to her feet, practically vibrating with energy. "Come on, Ash. Let's start looking, maybe we'll find a car with a sunroof or something funky like that." Jake raised a hand, his voice steady but firm. "Hold up, Kara. We're not done yet. There's more we need to talk about." Kara plopped back into her chair with a dramatic huff, but her excitement didn't dim. She fidgeted, twisting a strand of hair around her finger, her eyes darting between Ashley and Jake. Ashley, though, felt a fresh wave of dread crash over her. More, her brows furrowed, and she looked at Jake with a mix of surprise and exhaustion. "There's more?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "Yes," Claire said, exchanging a quick glance with Jake, who gave her an encouraging nod. She turned back to Ashley, her expression gentle but resolute. "You'll need car insurance, too. We'll help you get it set up and split the cost with you, but gas will be on you, okay?" Ashley nodded slowly, her fingers tracing invisible patterns on the table as she absorbed the information. It was practical, sensible, but it still felt like another layer piling onto an already unsteady foundation. "And," Jake added, leaning forward with a grin, "we'll get you a new cell phone. We'll add you to our family plan, you'll just need to chip in a little each month. You should totally get the new iPhone 6 like mine." Kara interjected, holding up her sleek, shiny device with a proud flourish. "It's got the best camera, and the games are so much fun." Ashley nodded again, her responses growing more automatic as the weight of their generosity pressed down on her. Jake stood then, his chair scraping softly against the floor. "Okay, last thing," he said, his tone shifting to something more serious. He crossed the room to a cluttered corner near the kitchen, where a scratched-up old dresser sat, a relic they'd dubbed the drunk drawer years ago after too many late-night poker games. He rummaged inside, pulling out a plain manila folder he'd stashed there the night before, when Ashley had finally drifted off to sleep on the couch, exhausted from the day's revelations. He returned to the table and handed it to her with a quiet reverence. "Here." Ashley took it with trembling hands, the paper crinkling as she opened it. Her breath hitched, and her eyes widened as she scanned the contents. "What?" "It's a trust fund," Jake said softly, watching her reaction closely. She blinked up at him, confusion etching deep lines across her forehead. A what?" "A trust fund," he repeated, glancing at Claire for a moment before continuing. "Years ago, we set one up for all three of you, Kara, Carter, and you. It's money for college, or whatever you want to use it for." I don't," Ashley stammered, her voice breaking as tears welled up in her eyes. "I can't take this. It's too much money. I've never," she trailed off, overwhelmed, her hands clutching the folder as if it might vanish. "It's not too much," Claire said kindly, reaching across the table to squeeze her hand. "It's for your future, Ashley. That's the most important thing." But why?" Ashley's voice cracked as the tears spilled over, streaking down her cheeks. "You didn't even really know me. Why would you do this? I don't understand." In an instant, Jake, Claire, and Kara were on their feet, surrounding her like a protective cocoon. Jake, towering over the group with his broad frame, pulled Ashley into a hug, feeling her small, shaking form against his chest. Claire stood close, her hand resting lightly on Ashley's shoulder, while Kara hovered nearby, her usual exuberance tempered by a rare moment of stillness. Jake's mind flashed back to the night before. He'd paced the living room, his boots thudding softly against the rug, wrestling with his doubts. "Maybe we're moving too fast," he'd whispered to Claire, his brow furrowed with worry. He'd seen the scars Ashley carried, not the visible kind, but the ones etched into her silences, her hesitations. He'd wanted to ease her into this new life, one step at a time. But Claire had been adamant, her eyes fierce with conviction. "No, Jake. It's like ripping off a Band-Aid, quick and clean. She needs to know we're all in." He'd hesitated, uncertain. But Claire had a way of seeing through people that he'd never quite mastered. So he'd trusted her, even as his gut churned with unease. Now, though, as Ashley's sobs echoed through the room, he wondered if he'd misjudged it all. Kara, ever the spark in any storm, broke the silence first. "You know, Ash, if you don't want the money, I'll take it off your hands," she teased, her voice light and playful. "I could buy, like, 500 pairs of jeans with 50 grand. The room froze for a heartbeat, the absurdity of it hanging in the air. Then, to Jake's astonishment, Ashley let out a small, shaky giggle. It was faint at first, barely audible through her tears, but it grew, bubbling up like a stream breaking through ice. "Kara!" Claire scolded, her tone sharp but her lips twitching with amusement. That only made Ashley laugh harder, the sound raw and unguarded. Kara pulled back with a cheeky grin, throwing her hands up in mock innocence. "What? It worked, didn't it?" And it had. Jake looked down at Ashley, her tear-streaked face now lit with a hesitant smile, and when their eyes met, he couldn't help but chuckle too. Kara's giggles followed, infectious as always, and even Claire, after a moment of resistance, joined in. The tension that had gripped the room dissolved, leaving behind a warmth that felt almost tangible. Ashley wiped her eyes with the back of her hand and turned to Kara, pulling her into a tight hug. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. She wasn't naive, she knew Kara's quip had been a lifeline, a deliberate jolt to pull her out of her spiral. Kara hugged her back fiercely. Well, you are my big sister, right? Jake smiled, the memory of last night flickering through his mind, Kara's late-night ramblings about how she'd always wanted a sister. How Ashley fit the role perfectly. She pulled back now, giving Ashley a playful nudge. So, about that money? Ashley snorted, a sound so unfiltered it caught them all off guard. And Jake laughed again, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. All right, let's sit back down, he said, guiding them back to their chairs. After they settled, he studied Ashley's face, red-rimmed eyes, a faint tremble in her lip, and asked, "You okay?" She picked up a napkin, dabbing at her eyes, and shrugged. "I guess. I don't know what to say." Claire picked up where Jake had left off, her voice steady. "What your dad was going to say is there's a rule. You can use the money for college when you turn 18. If not, it stays locked until you're 25. The plan was to find you right before then and give it to you, no matter what." She gave Ashley a knowing look. A silent acknowledgement of the years they'd lost, and the ones they were determined to reclaim. Ashley stared at them, speechless once more, her mind reeling. Jake couldn't decipher the storm behind her eyes, but he could imagine the questions tumbling through her head. "Do you want to go to college?" he asked gently, shifting the focus. Instead of answering, Ashley's gaze flicked to Claire and Kara, a spark of something familiar in her expression, something Jake had seen before, though he couldn't place it. He turned to Claire, raising an eyebrow. "Let me guess, you two talked about something while shopping, didn't you?" Claire's smile was subtle but unmistakable. "Come on, tell him, Ash," Kara urged, practically bouncing in her seat again. Jake looked around the table, bewildered. "Tell me what?" Ashley started, her voice faltering as nerves crept in. She glanced at Claire for reassurance, who nodded encouragingly. Taking a deep breath, she met Jake's eyes. "I always wanted to be a teacher. But I didn't think college was something I could do." Jake's eyebrows shot up, surprise mingling with a quiet thrill. He glanced at Kara, who was grinning ear to ear. She'd be starting her freshman year at the local university in just 2 months. Dead set on becoming an elementary school teacher. She'd declared her major on day one, no hesitation. "But tell him the rest," Kara said, practically shaking with anticipation. Jake's curiosity spiked. "What else?" Ashley hesitated, looking to Claire and Kara for support. Claire's smile widened, and Ashley turned back to Jake. "I always wanted to be a music teacher." His eyes widened, a grin breaking across his face. "A music teacher? That means she's like you, Dad," Kara shouted, clapping her hands. "What?" Jake blinked, unsure if he'd heard right. Kara laughed, nudging Ashley. "Come on, tell him." Ashley smiled shyly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "I play piano and guitar, and I sing, too," she admitted softly. "I was in the high school choir and played piano in the orchestra." Jake was floored, his jaw dropping slightly. He'd tried teaching Kara and her brother Carter instruments years ago, with little success. Carter had picked up the bass for a while, plucking out a few clumsy notes, but he'd lost interest fast. Kara's guitar lessons had been a disaster. She'd grit her teeth through months of frustration before tossing the instrument aside, though her singing voice had always been sweet. But Ashley? This was something else entirely. Earth to Dad. Kara snapped her fingers, pulling him out of his daze. He focused on Ashley, beaming. "You can play and sing?" She nodded, a faint blush creeping up her cheeks. Jake looked at Claire and Kara, who were radiating joy. Clearly, they'd uncovered this gem during their mall trip. "Tell him how you learned," Kara pressed. "I learned piano first, then guitar," Ashley said, her voice steadier now. "How?" Jake asked, still marveling at the revelation. "There was this nice old couple, Mr. and Mrs. Ogie," she explained, a wistful smile tugging at her lips. "They lived on our street and watched us after school while Mom worked. Mrs. Ogie played piano, and Mr. Ogie played guitar." "How old were you?" Jake leaned forward, hanging on her every word. Ashley paused, thinking. "I was 8 when I started." The room seemed to glow with the weight of her story, a little girl. Sitting at a worn upright piano in a neighbor's living room, her small fingers stumbling over keys while Mrs. Ogie's patient voice guided her. Then, years later, strumming chords on Mr. Ogie's weathered guitar, the sound filling the quiet afternoons of a childhood that had been anything but easy. Jake could see it all, and it stirred something deep in him, a mix of pride, awe, and a fierce determination to help her chase that dream. The air in the kitchen hummed with a warmth that Jake could feel deep in his chest. A sensation that swelled as he watched his daughter Ashley sit at the table, her fingers nervously tracing invisible patterns on the worn wood. "Wow," he muttered, almost to himself. The word slipping out like a reflex as memories of piano keys and guitar strings danced through his mind. Claire and Kara, seated across from him, exchanged knowing glances before bursting into soft laughter, their voices blending into a melody of their own. Ashley's lips curved into a shy smile, her hazel eyes catching the light as she tucked a strand of dark hair behind her ear. She didn't say much, but that little smile spoke volumes to Jake. She was starting to feel at home. He leaned back in his chair, the creak of it grounding him as he watched Mrs. Ogie's hands glide over the piano keys in his memory. Years ago, he'd stood in her living room. A scrawny kid with wide eyes, captivated by the way her fingers coaxed music from the old upright. She'd caught him staring, her gray curls bouncing as she turned to him with a grin that crinkled the corners of her eyes. "You want to learn, don't you?" she'd asked, her voice warm like a summer afternoon. When he nodded, too shy to speak, she'd taken him under her wing without hesitation. The lessons came alive in his mind now, his small hands stumbling over the keys, Mrs. Ogie's patient nods guiding him until the notes started to flow. He'd picked it up fast, faster than he'd expected, and pride had bloomed in his chest like a wildfire. But there was no piano at home. Just empty corners where music couldn't live. That's when Mr. Ogie stepped in, his broad shoulders filling the doorway as he handed Jake a scratched-up guitar from the pawn shop. "It's wood-chipped but its sound rich. $50, he'd said, clapping Jake on the back. "It's yours, kid. Pay me back when you can." Jake had thrown himself into odd jobs, mowing their patchy lawn, hauling firewood, scrubbing dishes until his hands pruned, 4 months of sweat and determination to make that guitar truly his. Mrs. Ogie had beamed at him when he handed over the last crumpled dollar, her pride mirrored in his own. But now, as he sat across from Ashley, that memory twisted into something bittersweet. Her face shifted, the light in her eyes dimming as she spoke of her own guitar, the one Mr. Ogie had bought her years later. "It was stolen," she said quietly, her voice catching on the edges of the word. "Along with my keyboard and everything else." Jake's heart sank, a heavy stone dropping into the pit of his stomach. He could see the loss etched into her features, the way it tugged at her shoulders like a weight she couldn't shake. Claire's voice cut through the silence, gentle but firm. "Ashley, hon. I told you not to worry about that." They'd been at the mall earlier, wandering through racks of clothes and food court chatter, when Ashley had let the story spill out. Claire had squeezed her hand then, and now she offered that same steady smile. Ashley nodded, her shoulders loosening just a fraction, and Claire's grin widened. "So it's settled, we'll start looking at colleges. But Jake's mind was somewhere else entirely. His daughter, a musician. Piano, guitar, singing, skills he'd dreamed of mastering himself. He'd always wanted to learn the piano, but life had a way of shuffling priorities, and reading music remained a mystery he regretted not unraveling. The guitar he'd picked up by ear, strumming chords in the quiet of his room until they felt like second nature, but it wasn't the same. "Wait," he said suddenly, snapping back to the present. His eyes locked on Ashley, curiosity sparking. "Can you read music?" She nodded, a small, proud tilt to her chin, and Jake's jaw dropped. "Wow." Claire's laughter rang out, bright and teasing. "Don't be jealous, baby," she said, leaning over to press a kiss to his cheek, her lips soft against his stubble. She knew that pang of regret he carried, and her touch was a balm to it. "Jay jealous?" Ashley asked, her voice tinged with surprise, and Claire waved a hand dismissively. "Oh, ignore him, he's just being silly. He'll get over it." Jake chuckled, the sound rumbling deep in his chest. He adored Claire. The way she could lighten any moment with a flick of her wrist or a playful word. "Yeah," Kara piped up, her tone sharp with a hint of impatience as she brushed her blonde bangs from her eyes. "He'll move on, but we should get back to the plan." Claire nodded, her focus shifting. "Yes, we should call Rob and see what he can do." Jake frowned, his brow furrowing as he tried to catch up. "Rob?" Kara rolled her eyes, exasperated. "You know, the keyboard player in your band." Jake blinked, still lost. "Yes, I know Rob's the keyboard player, but for what?" Claire shook her head, a chuckle escaping her as she watched him flounder. "You need to call Rob and see if he can help Ashley get into the music program." Realization dawned on Jake's face, and he grinned at his own confusion. Rob wasn't just a bandmate, he was the head of the music school at the university Kara attended. "Oh, now he gets it," Kara teased, smirking as Ashley giggled beside her. Okay, give me a break," Jake shot back, his voice warm with mock indignation. Laughter filled the room again, a chorus that wrapped around him like a blanket. Seeing Ashley's shy smile widen, her shell cracking open bit by bit, made his heart swell. But he couldn't ignore the way she retreated into herself when nerves crept in, a habit that gnawed at his protective instincts. Claire was right, they needed a plan, a way forward. And Kara seemed to be the glue holding it all together. Her knack for rallying people, for smoothing over rough edges, shone through in every word she spoke. She's going to be a great teacher, Jake thought, pride flickering in his chest. It's all set, Claire said, decisive. Talk to Rob and see what he can do. Jake nodded. I'll handle it. But Kara cleared her throat, shooting her mom a pointed look that left Jake puzzled again. He glanced at Ashley, but her expression mirrored his own confusion. Claire caught the signal and nodded. All right, we're good here. Girls, why don't you go upstairs and help Ashley get settled? Kara sprang to her feet, grabbing a pile of shopping bags with a grin. Okay. Let's go, Ash, we've got a lot to do. See you later. Parents. Ashley hesitated, then offered Jake and Claire a timid smile before scooping up the last of the bags and trailing after Kara, her footsteps soft against the hardwood. What was that about? Jake asked as the girls disappeared. Claire stood, crossing the kitchen to slide onto his lap, her arms looping around his neck. She kissed him, slow and deliberate, then pulled back with a sigh. Kara was hinting at something Ashley mentioned while we were shopping. Her face grew serious, her green eyes searching his. Did you see how sad she looked when she talked about that guitar? The one that nice old man bought her? Jake nodded, the memory of Ashley's quiet pain flashing back. Well, Claire continued, she said it was stolen, along with a keyboard she'd saved up for herself. And all her other stuff. Jake's breath caught. Oh no. Yeah, Claire said softly. But don't worry, I'll take care of it. She leaned in for another kiss, her warmth grounding him. So. Jake ventured, is there anything else you talked about at the mall I should know? Claire's lips quirked. Oh, this and that. His brow furrowed. What do you mean? You know, girl stuff. She replied, her tone light but evasive. He chuckled, letting it go. Oh, right. Claire's smile softened. Well, that went better than I thought. Jake sighed, relief washing over him. She was right, it had gone better than he'd dared hope, and Kara's steady presence had made all the difference. I know, he said. I'm so proud of her. She's becoming a wonderful young woman. Claire nodded, but her voice turned serious again. You were right about Ashley, though, about her feeling guilty. Jake's gaze drifted, worry tugging at him. Claire cupped his face. Her hands warm against his skin. Don't worry, love. Everything will be okay. I know, he murmured. I just wish we could help her. We'll figure something out, she assured him. Then an idea struck him, one he'd mulled over while raking leaves in the yard earlier that day. He hesitated, the words heavy on his tongue. What do you think about me reaching out to my ex? Claire's eyebrows lifted, but she didn't flinch. It could help Ashley, she said carefully. But let's wait until we really need to. Her calm surprised him, he'd expected resistance, but she left it there, her silence feeling oddly loaded. They'd heard the girls' laughter filtering down from upstairs all afternoon. Ashley's voice breaking through now and then like a rare, precious note. It brought a smile to Jake's face every time. Later, after the girls had settled Ashley in, they'd emerged in new bikinis. The four of them splashing through the afternoon in the backyard pool. Jake had caught Ashley staring at the tattoo over his heart, a faded outline from his wilder days, and her curiosity sparked a tender exchange that nearly unraveled him. Kara, ever the peacemaker, swooped in to lighten the mood, steering them back to safer ground. Over dinner, steaks sizzling on the grill, corn and asparagus charred just right, Ashley had opened up about her music tastes. Naming off singer-songwriters Jake had loved since he was a kid, Joni Mitchell, James Taylor, Cat Stevens. When she mentioned Tracy Chapman, he nearly choked up. And Kara's teasing laughter had saved the moment again. Now, standing at the top of the stairs, Jake listened for the girls' voices but found only silence. He knocked on Carter's door first. Come in, came the muffled reply. Inside, Carter sat hunched over his laptop, his dark hair falling into his eyes as he typed. Hey, buddy, Jake said, leaning against the doorframe. What's up, Dad? Carter glanced up, offering a half-smile. Not much, just checking in. What are you up to? Carter gestured at the screen. Facebook. Jake crossed the room, sinking onto the edge of the bed. So. What do you think about everything with Ashley? Carter swiveled his chair to face him. I think it's great. And it's cool she's a musician too. Jake nodded, warmth spreading through him. A ping from the laptop drew Carter's attention, and he frowned as he read the message. What's wrong? Jake asked. Carter typed a quick reply. Oh, it's nothing, just Sabrina being annoying again. Jake smirked. I told you to be careful, but you didn't listen. Carter grinned. Okay, you were right. Want a medal? Jake laughed, standing. Smart Alec. I'm gonna check on your sisters. Good luck, Carter called as Jake stepped into the hall, the boy's easy resilience a quiet comfort. Kara's room was next, the door ajar. Jake knocked softly, but no answer came. Peering inside, he found it empty, the faint sound of the shower running down the hall explaining the quiet. He smiled to himself. Kara was always on the move, always pulling everyone along in her wake. She was the spark, the one who'd made this day work, and Jake couldn't help but feel grateful for her. Jake paused outside Ashley's room. The faint hum of the house settling around him as he raised his fist and rapped gently on the door. A few seconds ticked by, each one stretching longer than it should have. Until the knob turned and there she was, his daughter, standing in the doorway. Freshly showered, her damp hair clung to her shoulders. And she wore a crisp white t-shirt paired with faded blue shorts that looked soft and lived in. "Hi, sweetheart," he said, his voice warm but tentative, like he was stepping onto fragile ground. "I just wanted to check in, see how you're doing." Ashley's lips curved into a shy smile, her eyes darting to the floor before flickering back to him. "Oh, I'm good," she replied. Her tone light but laced with a hesitance that tugged at his heart. "Can I come in for a bit?" he asked, tilting his head. She nodded, stepping aside, and Jake crossed the threshold. His boots sinking into the plush carpet. The room hit him like a revelation. It was alive now, transformed overnight from the sterile guest space it had been just yesterday. The dresser was a chaotic shrine to her new life, tubes of lip gloss and mascara scattered across the top, a hairbrush tangled with strands of her dark hair. And a small mirror propped against the wall, reflecting the soft glow of the bedside lamp. Clothes spilled over the unmade bed, jeans, a hoodie, a bright red scarf, and draped over the arm of a chair in the corner, like she'd been caught mid-explosion. Posters clung to the walls, their edges curling slightly, bringing color and personality to the once bare space. It didn't feel empty anymore, it felt like hers. "I hope you don't mind the posters," Ashley said. Her voice small as she watched him take it all in. "We picked them up today, and Claire said it was okay, so Kara and I put them up." Jake wandered over to one, a striking illustration of Joni Mitchell, cross-legged with her guitar, and ran his fingers along the edge. "Mind?" "Not at all," he said, turning to her with a grin that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "This is your room now, Ash. You can do whatever you want, paint the walls purple, hang a disco ball, anything." Her face lit up, a quick nod bobbing her head as she clasped her hands behind her back. A spark of joy breaking through her shyness. He glanced back at the mess of clothes. "Did you get everything you need?" he asked, casual but curious. Ashley's brow furrowed, misunderstanding him. And she flushed pink. "I'm sorry it's such a mess," she blurted, gesturing helplessly at the chaos. "There's just so much stuff, and it's going to take forever to sort out. Kara's in the shower." "But we were going to finish organizing." Jake held up a hand, cutting her off with a chuckle. "Whoa, hold on, sweetheart. I'm not mad, trust me, I'm the last person to judge a messy room. If it weren't for Claire, I'd be living in a pile of dirty socks and takeout boxes." Her cheeks turned a deeper red, and she ducked her head, a nervous laugh escaping her lips. "Oh," she mumbled. Then peeked up at him. "So, did you get everything you need?" he repeated, softer this time. She glanced around, taking stock, then nodded. "I think so. Honestly. We got way too much. I kept telling Claire and Kara to stop, but they wouldn't listen." Jake laughed, the sound rumbling deep in his chest. "Yeah, that's them all right. One thing you'll figure out quick about the women in this house, they live for a good shopping spree. You'll get used to it, don't worry." Ashley's smile returned, brighter this time. But it faltered as something heavier settled over her. She shifted her weight, her expression turning earnest, almost urgent. "I've never been close with my brother," she said suddenly, her voice dipping low. "He's so young, and, well, kind of a pain sometimes." She brightened again, like a cloud passing. But having someone like Kara, it's amazing. She's so funny. Always cracking jokes, and Carter's this sweet, quiet kid who just tags along. And Claire, she trailed off, searching for the right word, her hands twisting together. Amazing? Jake offered. A knowing smile tugging at his lips. He knew exactly how lucky he was to have Claire, her strength, her warmth, the way she'd stitched his broken life back together. Ashley nodded vigorously. Yeah. Amazing. I'm glad you're here with us, he said, his voice thick with emotion, and she smiled back, until that seriousness crept into her eyes again. Can I ask you something? She ventured. Her tone unsteady. Of course, he replied, leaning forward. Anything. She hesitated, biting her lip, then forced it out. It's about the money. Jake eased himself onto the edge of the bed, patting the spot next to him. Come here, he said gently. Ashley crossed the room, nudging a stray dress aside before sinking down beside him, her bare feet brushing the carpet. She looked down at her toes for a moment, then met his gaze, her question simple but loaded. Why? He took a breath, feeling the weight of it settle on his shoulders. Because we want you to have the best future possible, he said, his voice steady but soft. Her brow creased, hurt flashing across her face. But you didn't even know me, she countered. Her words trembling with confusion and something deeper, self-doubt, maybe. Jake sighed, running a hand through his hair. He'd explained this before, but it clearly hadn't sunk in yet. Doesn't matter. He said firmly. You're my daughter. When the bar started turning a profit, Claire and I decided we'd set something aside, make sure you'd be taken care of, no matter what. Her lip quivered. Tears glistening in her eyes, and he could see the disbelief warring with hope inside her. You feel like you don't deserve it, don't you? He asked gently. She nodded, slow and reluctant. The tears threatening to spill over. He reached for her hand, his calloused fingers wrapping around hers. You do deserve it, Ash. I know it's hard to wrap your head around, but it's true. That money's for your future, whether we knew you or not, we always wanted to find you. When you turned 25, we were going to track you down and make sure you got it. Even if you wanted nothing to do with me. Her eyes widened, shock rippling through her. He wasn't making it up. Years ago, when he and Claire had sat down with their lawyer to set up the trust funds. They'd been crystal clear, find Ashley at 25, no exceptions. He remembered those late-night talks, the guilt gnawing at him for not being there. The hope that this could be his way of giving her something real. They'd debated handing it over at 18, but the risk of his ex-wife or Kevin swooping in to claim it had loomed too large. So they'd settled on 25, the same age Kara and Carter would have gotten theirs if they'd gone to college. Why 25? She asked, her voice small, still processing. Well, he said, leaning back a little. We figured 18's too young to handle that kind of cash responsibly. By 25, most people have a better grip on things. It's not tied to college, just a number we thought made sense. She exhaled a shaky breath, and nodded. Thank you, she whispered. It's more than I ever dreamed of. I still can't believe this is real. Her gaze swept the room, the posters, the clothes. The soft bed beneath them. I never thought I'd live in a place like this. She stopped, dropping her eyes to her hands, now clasped tightly in her lap. I always wanted to go to college. She admitted quietly. But my mom, she said it was a waste of time. I started thinking she was right, that I'd never get there. Then she looked up, determination hardening her features. I promise I won't let you down. I'll make you proud. Oh, sweetheart, he said, his voice breaking as he pulled her into a tight hug, her cheek pressing against his chest. I'm already proud of you. Her reply was muffled, soft against his shirt. You are? Of course I am, he said, planting a kiss on the crown of her head. She pulled back, doubt clouding her eyes. And it hit him hard. His ex had done a number on her, planting seeds of insecurity that wouldn't uproot easily. Claire's voice echoed in his mind, therapy might help. He'd resisted the idea at first. But now, seeing Ashley wrestle with her own worth, he wondered if she was right. Still, he didn't want to push too hard, not yet. Instead, he grinned, channeling Kara's playful energy. It's pretty cool that you're a musician, you know. Guitar, piano, singing, reading music, what's not to be proud of? His smile turned mischievous. I might even be a little jealous. To his delight. She giggled, a sound so light it lifted the whole room. Then, in a move that caught him off guard, she leaned in and hugged him first, her skinny arms wrapping around his middle. Jake froze, stunned. Then melted into it, hugging her back with a fierceness that surprised even him. She hugged me first, he thought, his heart swelling. Up until now, he'd always been the one to reach out. Testing the waters of this fragile new bond. I love you, he said softly, the words slipping out like a promise. Ashley pulled back, her expression flickering, surprise, unease. Maybe a hint of warmth. He waited, holding his breath, but she didn't say it back. That was okay, he'd give her time. I'm glad you're doing all right, he added, easing the moment. She offered a shy smile. If you need anything at all, just ask, okay? She nodded, and they sat there, eyes locked in a quiet, slightly awkward silence. Jake broke it by standing. Drifting back to the Joni Mitchell poster. He'd seen photos of her before, grainy black and white shots, but this drawing was different, vibrant and alive, capturing her spirit in bold lines. Ashley joined him, her shoulder brushing his as she studied it too. She turned to him, smiling, and he mirrored it. What's your favorite song? He asked, nodding at the poster. She tilted her head. Thinking hard. That's tough. Yeah, it is, he agreed, meaning every word. Picking a favorite Joni song was like choosing a favorite star in the sky, impossible, unfair. Not Woodstock. Though, she said firmly. It's great, but it's everywhere. He laughed, loud and genuine. Well, that settles it. She frowned, puzzled. No doubt you're my daughter, he said. Slinging an arm around her shoulders. Anyone who claims Woodstock is their favorite isn't a real Joni fan. Ashley snickered, relaxing into his side. Right? It's a beautiful song. But there's so much better stuff, Chelsea Morning, Cactus Tree, My Old Man, Blue. I love playing My Old Man or Blue on the piano, but Cactus Tree is my favorite on guitar. Jake's eyebrows shot up. You can play Cactus Tree? Yeah, she said, a proud little grin tugging at her lips. On guitar, while singing. He turned to her, floored. You fingerpick? She nodded. And he let out a low whistle. Wow. Cactus Tree wasn't easy, those intricate patterns, Joni's haunting lilt. At 38, he'd spent years mastering songs like that. And here was his 18-year-old daughter pulling it off like it was nothing. Come on, he said, grabbing her hand. Follow me. He led her across the hall to his office. A cluttered sanctuary of books and an old acoustic guitar propped in the corner. Time for some father-daughter bonding, he declared, his grin wide and boyish. Claire might have turned her head at the sight, Jake, giddy as a kid, ready to strum alongside his girl. Claire maneuvered her white Ford Explorer down the familiar curve of her street. The late Saturday sun casting long shadows across the pavement. She'd just finished her weekly grocery haul, the back of the SUV packed with bags brimming with fresh produce, pantry staples, and a few treats she couldn't resist tossing in. As she rolled past the neighbors' homes, she spotted Kara's sleek black Jetta SE and Ashley's weathered blue Honda Civic hugging the curb. Their presence a quiet reassurance of family close at hand. She eased into the garage, pulling up beside Jake's silver Ford F-150, its chrome glinting faintly in the dim light. Carter's gray Jeep Wrangler was noticeably absent. He'd be at work, no doubt, his steady reliability as predictable as the sunrise. Claire killed the engine, her hand hovering over the door handle, when her phone erupted into a sharp trill. She glanced at the screen, a blocked number stared back at her. A flicker of intuition sparked in her chest, she had a hunch who it might be. With a steadying breath, she swiped to answer. "Hello?" Her voice was calm, but her pulse quickened as she recognized the caller instantly. His accent was unmistakable, a lilting, gravelly drawl that carried years of stories she'd never fully unravel. "Yes," she said, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "I've been waiting for you to call. Thanks for getting back to me." She leaned back in the driver's seat, the leather creaking softly beneath her, and listened intently as he spoke. His words came slow at first, then gained momentum, and her smile deepened. "Good," she replied, her tone warm with approval. "It took a bit longer than I expected, but you came through, just like you said you would." She nodded absently as he continued, then interrupted gently. "Hang on a sec, let me grab something to jot this down." Fumbling in the center console, her fingers brushed past stray receipts and a half-used pack of gum before landing on a crumpled napkin and a stubby pen. "Okay, go ahead," she said, smoothing the napkin across her thigh and scribbling as he dictated. Her handwriting was a hurried scrawl, but she caught every detail. "Got it," she murmured, pausing to listen again, her pen hovering over the makeshift notepad as she added more notes. "No, that's all for now," she echoed when he finished. "Perfect. I'll send it over to you soon." She nodded again, as if he could see her, and wrapped up with a brisk, "Sounds great. Thanks again, bye." Hanging up, Claire tucked the phone into her purse, the napkin following suit into her jacket pocket. A quiet thrill of satisfaction hummed through her as she sat there, the engine ticking as it cooled. 3 weeks she'd waited for that call, 3 weeks of wondering, planning, hoping, and now it was done. She exhaled, the tension easing from her shoulders, and stepped out of the Explorer. The garage air was cool and faintly musty, a sharp contrast to the warm anticipation bubbling inside her. She grabbed a handful of grocery bags, their plastic handles digging into her palms, and headed inside. The moment she crossed the threshold, a wave of sound greeted her, music, alive and vibrant, spilling from the living room. It wasn't just any music, it was the unmistakable duet of piano and guitar, layered with voices that wove together in a harmony so natural it felt like breathing. Claire's lips curved into a grin. They're at it again, she thought, her heart swelling with a familiar pride. She set the bags on the kitchen island, the marble cool against her hands, and froze as she caught the melody, Tiny Dancer. A rush of delight surged through her, she adored that song. Its wistful notes tugging at memories she couldn't quite place but loved all the same. Humming along, she swayed slightly as she returned to the garage for the rest of the groceries, her voice joining the distant chorus in a soft, untrained echo. By the time she hauled the last bags inside, the final chords of Tiny Dancer were fading, replaced by Kara's exuberant shout. "That was awesome. Play something else." Claire chuckled, picturing her daughter's bright eyes and wild gestures. "It really was," she agreed under her breath, sliding eggs into the fridge as the next song kicked off, Mona Lisa and Mad Hatters. Another Elton John classic. Clearly, it was an Elton John day in the Martin household. And Claire couldn't have been happier about it. Ashley's voice floated in first, rich and clear over the piano's rolling chords, sending a shiver down Claire's spine. There was something otherworldly about it, a purity that seemed to reach into her soul. Then Jake's guitar joined, his warm, steady strumming blending with Ashley's melody. And soon their voices merged in a duet that felt like a conversation, intimate, effortless, perfect. Goosebumps prickled Claire's arms. Jake's singing always hit her hard, stirring up those early days when his voice had first snagged her heart, back when love was new and untested. Hearing him now, with Ashley, filled her with a joy so deep it almost ached. She leaned against the counter, groceries forgotten for a moment, and let her mind drift to the first time she'd heard Ashley sing. It was months ago. The night of their big shopping spree, a whirlwind day of laughter and bags piled high. She'd been trudging upstairs, bone-tired and ready for bed, when faint strains of music had pulled her back. Curious, she'd followed the sound to what used to be the living room, now the piano room, and peeked inside. There they were, Jake and Ashley, each cradling a guitar. Playing "You Can Close Your Eyes" by James Taylor and Joni Mitchell. Cara and Carter had been sprawled on the floor, jaws slack with awe. Normally, James took the guitar and Joni sang, but that night, Jake and Ashley had flipped the script, their twin guitars weaving a tapestry of sound that left Claire breathless. Ashley's voice had been the real revelation, angelic, haunting. A thread of light in the dim room. Paired with Jake's deeper, rougher timbre, it was magic. When the song ended, Claire had brushed tears from her cheeks, too moved to speak. But what stuck with her most was Jake's face, beaming with a pride so fierce it lit up the shadows. And then there was the guitar in Ashley's hands, Jake's prized Martin. The one he'd coveted for years. A retro beauty with modern guts, it had set him back $2,500, a splurge most wives might have balked at, especially with 13 other guitars in his collection. But Claire hadn't minded. If music was his soul's outlet, she'd never begrudge him that. They could afford it, and besides, seeing him share it with Ashley that night, insisting she keep it for all the birthdays he'd missed, had turned it into something sacred. 6 months later, the piano room had become the heart of the house. Claire still remembered her initial resistance when they'd bought Ashley that grand baby piano. Losing her living room had felt like a small betrayal. But Cara, ever the pragmatist, had challenged her. "When's the last time you even used it, Mom?" Claire had racked her brain, coming up with maybe 5 occasions in years. Defeated, she'd relented. And now the space thrummed with life she hadn't known it could hold. Humming "Rocket Man" as she finished unpacking, she tucked the last of the groceries away just as Cara's applause erupted. Her voice bouncing off the walls. "Oh my gosh, that was so good. You should totally ask her to perform with you tonight." Claire strained to hear Jake's reply, but it was muffled, drowned out by the distance and Cara's enthusiasm. From the disappointed edge in Cara's next words, "I'll cover for her behind the bar, it's only 5 minutes." "No one'll care," Claire guessed Jake had hesitated. Cara's pleading kicked up a notch. "Please, Dad, that was incredible. People need to hear it." Whatever Jake said next must have landed. Because Cara's tone shifted to glee. "Oh my gosh, you have to call Jordan and tell him to come," she shouted, then turned to Ashley with a mock scolding laugh. "Ashley, come on." Jake and Cara's laughter mingled, warm and contagious, pulling a soft giggle from Claire as she stood alone in the kitchen. "Oh, Ashley," she murmured to herself, picturing the shy girl with the voice of a siren. "You could do a lot worse than a sweet guy like Jordan." The conversation drifted out of earshot, and Claire decided it was time to join them. A glance at the microwave clock, 2:13, sent a jolt through her. "Oh, it's getting late," she muttered. "Those girls need to get moving for their shifts." She stepped into the piano room. catching the tail end of their chatter. He'd be so impressed, Kara was saying, her hands gesturing wildly. Ashley, perched on the piano bench, looked smaller somehow. Her shoulders hunched as she replied, but what if he doesn't like it? What if he thinks it's dumb? Her voice trembled with doubt, her fingers twisting nervously in her lap. Kara rolled her eyes with exaggerated flair. Oh, please, Ash, there's no way he won't love it. You're incredible, you're just overthinking it. Jake, leaning against the wall with his guitar still in hand, caught Claire's eye and flashed a grin, nodding toward the girls. Claire returned the smile, reading the unspoken message. Look at them, thick as thieves. Kara had always dreamed of a sister, and Ashley had slipped into that role like she'd been born for it. They were inseparable, Kara juggling school and her part-time waitressing gig, still living at home to save cash, Ashley pouring drinks full-time at the bar while cramming for her SATs. Rob, the bar owner, had been floored by her singing, promising her a spot in the fall music program if she aced the test. Ashley sighed, glancing at Jake. Dad says it'll be fine. Jake threw up his hands, his laugh easy and deflecting. Hey, I'm staying out of it. I told her she can do whatever feels right. Claire stepped forward, her voice firm but kind. You should take the shot, honey. Jordan would be an idiot not to see how talented you are, and if he did? She made air quotes, drawing a giggle from Kara. He's not worth your time. Kara beamed, nudging Ashley. See? Mom's on board. Ashley frowned, her gaze drifting as she mulled it over. She looked to Jake, her voice tentative. You really think I should? He nodded, his eyes steady and sure. You're too good to keep it hidden, kiddo. Silence settled as Ashley's eyes roamed the room, first to Claire, then Kara, and finally back to Jake. Claire held her breath, half expecting Ashley to retreat into her shell. But then, a shy smile broke through, soft but real. Okay, Ashley said. I'll do it. Claire exhaled, relief washing over her. Thank God, therapy's working wonders, she thought, her chest loosening. Kara hooped, launching herself at Ashley in a bear hug. This is gonna be epic. Claire and Jake exchanged a look, their pride mirroring in each other's eyes. As Kara released Ashley, she spun around. What song should you do? Oh, Mom, what about Mona Lisa and Mad Hatters? That version you guys just played was amazing. Claire nodded eagerly, she'd been thinking the same thing. It was gorgeous, and Kara's right, people need to hear you. Ashley glanced at Jake, seeking his approval. He gave a small, encouraging nod, and she murmured, okay. Kara clapped, practically bouncing. Yes. Claire cut in, her tone shifting to practical. All right, girls. Don't you think it's time to get moving? It's past 2, and your shifts start at 3. Kara's eyes widened, a gasp escaping her. Oh crap, we totally lost track. She shot up, grabbing Ashley's arm. We've gotta hustle. With a laugh, she tugged Ashley toward the stairs, already chattering about outfits and timing, leaving Claire and Jake in the wake of their chaotic, beautiful energy. The living room buzzed with a restless energy as Kara perched on the edge of the couch, her grin stretching wide and mischievous. If you don't call Jordan, Ash, I swear I'll do it myself. She teased, her voice brimming with playful authority. Ashley let out a long, resigned sigh, her shoulders slumping as she muttered, Fine, I'll call him. The words felt heavy on her tongue. A reluctant surrender to Kara's relentless enthusiasm. Kara's laughter erupted like a burst of sunlight, and she leapt up, throwing her arms around Jake, who sat strumming lazily on his guitar. The strings hummed under his fingers, a mellow backdrop to the chaos of the moment. With a quick squeeze, Kara darted out of the room. her footsteps echoing down the hall like a drumroll of excitement. Ashley rose to follow, but something held her back, a flicker of hesitation, a quiet tug at her heart. She turned slowly, her eyes catching Jake's. For a moment, she just stood there, the weight of her thoughts pressing down on her chest. Then, impulsively, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. "Thanks, Dad," she whispered, her voice soft but thick with emotion she rarely let slip. Jake's arms tightened around her, his heart swelling with a mix of pride and surprise. Claire, leaning against the doorway, watched the scene unfold with a tender smile, her eyes glistening at the unspoken bond unfurling before her. As Ashley pulled away, she started toward the stairs, her sneakers scuffing lightly against the hardwood floor. But Claire's voice stopped her mid-step. "Hey, you're going to do great, don't worry, okay?" Ashley paused, her hand resting on the banister, and gave a small nod. The encouragement seemed to linger in the air, nudging her forward. She turned back, her movements tentative, and leaned into Claire for a hug. "Thanks, Claire," she murmured, her gratitude wrapped in a shy sincerity. Claire's embrace was warm and steady, her hands smoothing over Ashley's back. "You're welcome, dear," she replied, her voice a soothing balm as she held her just a heartbeat longer. When Ashley finally broke away, she flashed a faint smile at both Claire and Jake, a fragile, fleeting thing that lit up her face before she hurried upstairs after Kara. Claire crossed the room with a quiet grace, her bare feet whispering against the floor. She reached for the guitar in Jake's hands, gently prying it from his grip, and settled onto his lap. The familiar weight of her against him felt like home. She leaned in, pressing a slow, deliberate kiss to his lips, then pulled back with a playful grin. "That's the 7th hug she's given me," she said, her tone laced with mock triumph. Jake chuckled, the sound rumbling deep in his chest. "You're counting? Really?" "Of course I am," she shot back, her eyes dancing with mischief. "And don't pretend you haven't noticed she's been calling you Dad more lately." Jake laughed again, louder this time, caught in her trap. "Okay, you got me, I've noticed. But I'm not keeping a tally like some people." Claire poked his chest with a teasing finger, her smirk sharp. "Oh, please. Don't act all innocent. Who was the one whining to me every night for months because she wouldn't call you Dad?" Her gaze was knowing, piercing through his feigned nonchalance. Jake tried to muster a look of innocence, but the corners of his mouth betrayed him, twitching upward. "All right, fine. But I'm not the one counting hugs," he countered, raising a brow. Claire snorted, then her expression softened, a shadow of concern creeping in. "I was worried for a while," she admitted, her voice dropping to a quieter register. "But therapy's starting to make a difference, don't you think?" Jake's smile faded, replaced by a sigh that carried the weight of unspoken struggles. "Yeah, it is. But there's still so much ground to cover. She still blames herself, gets so angry sometimes. You can see it boiling under the surface." He paused, his brow furrowing as a darker thought took hold. "I keep wondering if I should call my ex." His fingers drummed absently against Claire's arm, a restless rhythm of doubt. Claire's hand drifted to her pocket, brushing it lightly as she considered his words. "I know," she said softly. "But only when it feels right." It wasn't the first time they'd circled this conversation, Jake's instinct to fix everything warring with Claire's steady patience. "Let's give therapy a bit more time," she added, her tone reassuring. "It's working, she's opening up." She tilted her head, a faint smile returning. "Did you see how she almost pulled back from that hug earlier? I was sure she'd retreat again." Jake nodded, his mind replaying the moment. "I did. I was holding my breath, waiting for her to shut down." She was so stubborn at first, God, it drove me crazy. Claire muttered under her breath. Like father, like daughter. Jake's eyebrow shot up. What was that? She smirked, brushing it off. Nothing. But he wasn't letting it slide. Oh, I'll give you nothing, he growled playfully, his fingers darting to her sides. Claire squealed, her laughter spilling out as she squirmed under his ticklish assault. Stop it, you ridiculous man, she gasped, trying to wriggle free. But his grip held firm, pinning her to his lap. What was that again? He pressed, his hands poised for another attack. Okay, she relented, breathless and grinning. He eased off, but kept his hands at the ready, watching her with a mock sternness that quickly dissolved into a smile. Claire caught her breath, her eyes locking with his, and saw the love shimmering there, unwavering, steady, the kind that anchored her through every storm. I said her father's a great man, she murmured, her voice softening. And I love him so much. Jake's grin widened. Oh, is that what you said? Yep, she replied, popping the P with a cheeky flare. He opened his mouth to respond, but she silenced him with a kiss, deep and lingering. Her hands threading through his hair as his arms encircled her waist, pulling her closer. When they parted, she sighed, a contented sound that seemed to melt into the quiet of the room. I'm so glad she's doing better, she whispered, resting her forehead against his. Me too, Jake replied, his voice low and earnest. Whatever you did to get her to see therapy as a good thing, it worked. I tried for so long, but she wouldn't budge. Claire grinned, a spark of pride lighting her features. I just used the same trick I pulled on her dad. Jake's brows shot up, curiosity piqued. Oh yeah? And what was that? She slid off his lap with a quick, sorry, can't tell you, it's a secret. And darted away just as his hand reached out to snag her again. Hey, get back here, he called, laughing as she slipped out of reach. Nope, sorry, got things to do. And you need to get ready to leave, she sang over her shoulder, disappearing into the kitchen. This isn't over, he shouted after her. You can't run forever. Her laughter floated back, a melody of joy that filled the house. In the kitchen, Claire hummed to herself, her heart full. She loved Jake beyond words, his warmth, his strength, the way he made every day brighter. She often thanked the universe for bringing him into her life. He'd say she saved him, but the truth was mutual, they'd rescued each other. When her ex-husband walked out, leaving her with 2 toddlers and a mountain of exhaustion at just 24, she'd felt like a shadow of herself. Then came Jake, quiet, guarded, a man who kept the world at arm's length. Something about his brooding intensity drew her in, daring her to chip away at his walls. It hadn't been easy, those early days were a tangle of patience and persistence, but when she finally broke through, she found a man who'd been shattered by betrayal, yet still carried a heart big enough to love her and her kids like they were his own. His voice, rich and soulful when he sang, could melt anyone, but it was his kindness that sealed it for her. The way he treated Carter and Kara, even back then, told her everything she needed to know. Lost in thought, she began tidying the pantry, a chaotic mess thanks to the kids, especially Carter, who treated it like a free-for-all. She pulled out a bag of pretzels, a half-empty pack of marshmallows, and then paused as her fingers brushed a bag of salt and vinegar chips, Ashley's favorite. A smile tugged at her lips. She scanned the shelves, noticing little newcomers among the staples, a jar of spicy pickles, a box of cinnamon cereal, small signs of Ashley's presence weaving into their lives. Her gaze drifted to the chair where Ashley's sweatshirt lay crumpled, then to the corkboard pinned with a scribbled note about her next therapy appointment, and finally to the sneakers kicked off by the French doors. Ashley was part of them now. Her mark etched into the everyday rhythm of the house, but it had been a slow, hard-won journey. Closing the pantry, Claire wandered into the family room. Her eyes sweeping over the familiar clutter of teenage life, books, socks, a stray hoodie. There, on the end table, sat Ashley's laptop. Its sleek surface a testament to a battle Claire still couldn't quite believe they'd won. 3 weeks into Ashley's stay, they'd insisted on getting her a laptop, something she'd need for school and the music program she loved. Predictably, Ashley had pushed back, her voice trembling as she insisted it was too much. That she couldn't accept it. Even Kara, with all her charm, couldn't sway her. Stubborn didn't begin to cover it. But when Jake sweetened the deal with a spot in the music program, something Ashley couldn't resist, she'd finally caved, though not without a fight. That tenacity lingered in everything she did. Especially when it came to therapy. At first, Ashley's struggles were subtle, hesitating to grab a snack from the fridge without permission, waiting weeks before shyly asking for her favorite chips. But by 2.5 months, deeper cracks began to show. One day she'd laugh with them, her guitar filling the house with soft melodies, the next, she'd retreat to her room, the door shut tight. Her silence louder than any words. Guilt and anger simmered beneath her surface, spilling out in sharp edges they couldn't always dodge. They'd showered her with love. But it wasn't enough, she needed more, something they couldn't give alone. When they suggested therapy, she'd balked, her defiance a wall they couldn't breach. 4 weeks. They'd chipped away at it, Jake with his quiet persistence, Kara with her relentless cheer, Claire with her steady calm, but Ashley held firm. It hit Jake hardest. Claire saw it in the way his past crept back, shadowing his eyes after every tense moment with Ashley. He'd drift, lost in memories of his ex, his own anger threatening to resurface. Claire would coax him back, her hand on his arm, her voice pulling him from the edge. But those moments grew more frequent, and she knew they couldn't keep going like this. Ashley's struggles weren't just hers, they were a mirror to Jake's old wounds, and Claire refused to let them unravel her family. She'd tackled it the only way she knew how, the same patient, unyielding love she'd used to win Jake over years ago. Back then, he'd tested her, pushing, retreating, waiting for her to falter. She never did. That trust had blossomed into something unbreakable. And she'd bet on it working again. With Ashley, it took time, months of gentle nudges, late-night talks, and Kara's unwavering support. Carter, too, stepped up. Never jealous of the attention Ashley needed, just quietly there when it counted. Finally, after 3 grueling months, Claire broke through. Ashley agreed to therapy. And when Jake asked how she'd done it, Claire just smirked and said, magic. In truth, it was trust, the same slow, steady circle she'd built with him. 7 weeks in, the changes were small but real. Ashley still wrestled with her demons, guilt lingered like a shadow, anger flared unpredictably, but there were glimmers of progress, a hug here, Dad there, a smile that stayed a little longer. Claire didn't know how long the road ahead would be, but as she stood in the family room, surrounded by the messy, beautiful evidence of their life together, she felt a quiet hope. They'd get there, step by stubborn step. Ashley's therapy hadn't just been a lifeline for her, it had rippled outward, touching her husband in ways she hadn't expected. Watching her slowly claw her way back from the darkness lifted a weight off his shoulders, too. He'd always been the steady one. Finding solace in the quiet strum of his guitar or the low hum of his favorite vinyl records spinning on the old turntable in their living room. Music was his refuge. A way to drown out the noise of his own struggles, but seeing Ashley mend stitched something back together inside him. Together, they rallied as a family. Doing what needed to be done, small acts of unity that felt monumental in their fragility. Yet, beneath it all, a question gnawed at them, sharp and unrelenting. Why had her mother treated her so cruelly? Claire couldn't fathom it. As a mother, The very idea of inflicting that kind of pain on her own children was unthinkable. A betrayal of everything she held sacred. She sat in the family room, sunlight filtering through the gauzy curtains, casting soft patterns on the worn hardwood floor. Her fingers traced the edge of the coffee table, where years of spilled tea and childish doodles had left their marks. When Jake had first suggested reaching out to her, Gina, Ashley's mother, Claire's stomach had twisted into knots. She'd known it was inevitable, a step they couldn't avoid, but the thought of how it might unravel Jake kept her awake at night. He'd come so far, piecing himself back together after years of guilt and grief. She couldn't bear the idea of him slipping back into that hollow version of himself, the one who'd once stared out the window for hours, lost in a fog she couldn't pierce. Still, his willingness to make that call, to face the past for the sake of their family, deepened her love for him. Jake was a man who'd walk through fire for those he cherished, and that fierce, quiet strength made her heart ache with pride. But Claire couldn't let him shoulder this alone. For the sake of their family, Jake, Ashley, Carter, she felt the burden settle squarely on her own shoulders. She knew he'd help, of course, he'd never leave her to face anything solo. But she also knew the toll it would take on him. The way it would dredge up old wounds he'd buried deep. She couldn't risk that, not when he was her rock, her everything. Like him, she'd do anything to protect the ones she loved. Even if it meant stepping into the fray herself. 3 weeks ago, she'd taken the plunge. Sitting at her desk, the house buzzing with the usual chaos of morning routines. She'd dialed a private investigator. Her voice had been steady, but her hands trembled as she clutched the phone, arranging for him to track Gina down. Today, when the call finally came, she was ready, or as ready as she'd ever be. She set her laptop aside, the screen still glowing with an unfinished email, and glanced around the family room. The clock on the mantel ticked over to 2:26, its soft chime cutting through the stillness. Her fingers brushed the napkin in her pocket, the one she'd scribbled a name and number on days ago. Its edges already fraying from her nervous fidgeting. Now, she just needed the house to empty out. The last of the footsteps faded, Jake off to the bar. Cara and Carter scattered to their own lives, and Claire was alone. The silence pressed in, heavy and expectant. She drifted into the kitchen, her sneakers whispering against the linoleum. And patted her pocket again, feeling the crinkle of the napkin. It was time. She paused by the sink, staring out at the backyard where the old swing set rusted quietly in the afternoon sun. A pang of guilt twisted in her chest. She'd never kept anything from Jake before, not like this. The secrecy felt like a betrayal, a crack in the foundation they'd built together. But she squared her shoulders, whispering to herself, "I'm doing this for my family. It's necessary." Hesitation wouldn't help anyone now. She sank into a chair at the kitchen table. The wood cool against her palms, and pulled the napkin free. Smoothing it out, she studied the name, Gina *, and the string of digits beneath it. Her pulse quickened, a drumbeat in her ears. "Here we go," she murmured, picking up her cell phone. The screen lit up as she punched in the number, each tap deliberate, measured. It rang once, a shrill sound cutting through the quiet. Twice. 3 times. She frowned as it stretched to a fourth, her mind racing. Voicemail seemed likely, and though she dreaded leaving a stilted message, she'd have to make do. But just as the 4th ring faded, a voice broke through, tentative, guarded. "Hello?" Claire's breath caught. She steadied herself, forcing calm into her tone. "Hello, am I speaking to Gina?" "Yes." "Who's calling?" The reply was clipped, wary, but unremarkable, nothing like the monstrous growl Claire had half expected from the woman who'd haunted Ashley's past. Her heart hammered against her ribs. She was actually talking to her. "Hi, Gina, she said, keeping her voice even despite the storm brewing inside. I'm calling about Ashley. Silence swallowed the line. Claire's grip tightened on the phone, wondering if Gina had hung up. Then, sharp and bewildered, came the response, "What? Who is this?" "My name is Claire," she said. Swallowing hard. "I'm calling about Ashley." "Are you her mother?" "You bet your ass I am," Gina snapped, her tone bristling with indignation. "Who is this?" Claire took a steadying breath. Bracing herself. "My name's Claire, like I said. I'm Jake's wife." A beat of silence stretched into seconds, thick and tense. Then Gina's voice erupted, sharp with disbelief. "What? What the hell do you?" She cut off abruptly, and Claire thought the call had dropped again. But then Gina spoke, quieter now, bitter. "So that's where she went. That ungrateful little brat. After everything I did for her, she runs off to him. Let me tell you something, lady, you tell that little." "Hold on a second," Claire interrupted, her voice firm but controlled. She'd promised herself she wouldn't let this devolve into a shouting match. She was here for answers, for Ashley, for their family, not to trade barbs with a woman she barely knew. But Gina's venom lit a spark of anger in her chest, and she had to fight to keep it in check. "First, can we keep this civil? There's no need for name-calling." "Screw you," Gina shot back. Her words dripping with defiance. "That little, she left me when I needed her. You tell her how disappointed I am." "Wait, no, put her on the phone. Let me tell her myself." Claire inhaled deeply. Her free hand curling into a fist on the table. Every fiber of her wanted to snap back. To unleash the torrent of words she'd bottled up. How dare this woman call Ashley ungrateful after everything she'd put her through? But that wouldn't help. She needed to steer this conversation, not derail it. So instead, she asked, low and deliberate, "Do you love your daughter?" The question seemed to catch Gina off guard. The line went quiet. And Claire could almost hear the gears turning in her mind. Finally, Gina faltered, "What? What? Of course I do. What kind of question is that? She's my daughter." "If you really care about her," Claire pressed, sensing an opening, "then you need to answer my questions." "What? What are you talking about?" Gina's confusion was palpable, tinged with irritation. "Ashley's in a lot of pain," Claire said, her voice softening but firm. "She needs answers." "She needs answers?" Gina's tone sharpened again, incredulous. "What about me? Why did that ungrateful girl just up and leave? I did so much for her, and she bailed when I needed her most." There it was, the harshness Claire had braced herself for. She wanted to call it out, to throw Gina's lies back in her face, but she bit her tongue. Someone had to stay composed. "I understand how you feel," she said instead, though the words tasted bitter. "But as mothers, we should put our kids first, don't you agree?" "What are you saying?" Gina bristled. "I always put my kids first. I won't sit here and let you lecture me about being a mom." Claire shook her head, disbelief washing over her. This woman genuinely believed she'd been a good mother. The absurdity of it stoked her frustration, but she forced herself to stay on track. This was for her family. Before she could respond, Gina cut in, "If you're not going to put her on the phone, I don't know why I'm even listening to you. I've got nothing to say. But when you see that ungrateful girl, tell her to call me. She needs to explain herself." The venom in Gina's voice grated on Claire's nerves, a rare crack in her usually unshakable calm. "Please don't call Ashley ungrateful," she said, a defensive edge creeping into her tone. "She's a sweet girl who's hurting and just wants the truth. It's the least you can do for your daughter." I don't know what you mean, Gina retorted, but there was a hitch in her voice, something unsteady, almost regretful. Oh, so you did lie to Ashley, Claire said, seizing the moment. I didn't. Gina's denial faltered, and Claire caught it, the faint tremor of guilt. Maybe she wasn't the irredeemable villain Claire had imagined. Pressing forward, she asked. So you didn't tell her that her father hurt her? That he hurt you? What? Gina stammered, the word tumbling out in a rush. The line went silent, but Claire could hear her breathing. Shallow and uneven, on the other end. Ashley thinks it's her fault, you know, Claire continued, her voice steady but laced with urgency. If you could see her now, see the way she carries that weight, you might feel differently. Please, for her sake, if you really love her, tell me the truth. She's such a kind, sweet girl. She doesn't deserve this. Gina's voice wavered, crumbling under the pressure. Claire pushed on, her words flowing now, fueled by a mother's instinct. As mothers, we should always put our kids first. Sometimes we think lying is the only way, but our children depend on us to guide them. Please, stop, Gina interrupted, her voice shaky, fragile. Claire sighed. A wave of relief washing over her. She'd reached her, finally, mother to mother. She knew that bond ran deep, even in someone who'd stumbled as badly as Gina had. Moving forward. Claire softened her tone. So, what happened? Silence stretched out, heavy and expectant. Claire waited, her fingers drumming lightly on the table, but no answer came. Just as she opened her mouth to nudge her, Gina whispered, Kevin. The name slipped out, soft and broken, followed by the faint sound of stifled sobs. Kevin. Claire's brow furrowed. Why? She asked gently, coaxing her forward. He made me do it, Gina said, her voice trembling with the weight of confession. Claire bit back the urge to snap, tell me something I don't know. Instead, she kept her tone even. I see. But why did you lie? Gina's response came slowly, haltingly. My kids were everything to me. I couldn't lose them. But don't you think that hurt Ashley? Claire pressed. She believes it's her fault. Oh God, Gina whimpered, her sobs growing louder. I didn't want this to happen. After Kevin left, my kids were all I had. I'm sorry I hurt her. I didn't want that. Claire shook her head, incredulous. She didn't want it to happen? What did she think would happen? But why did you lie about Jake hurting you and Ashley? She asked. Digging deeper. That was Kevin's idea, Gina admitted, her voice raw. He told me Jake was being unfaithful. He said he still loved me, that we could start over. He wanted to be a father to Ashley. But he said the only way to get full custody was to lie. Claire's mind reeled. So Kevin had fed her that story, painted Jake as the villain to manipulate her. It was new information, a twist she hadn't anticipated. She shook her head again, piecing it together. So Kevin convinced you Jake was cheating? Why wouldn't I believe him? Gina replied. A hint of defiance creeping back in. He was. Claire cut her off, her patience thinning. I'm sorry to tell you this, but Kevin lied. Jake never cheated on you. Yes, he did, Gina insisted. Her voice rising. The stubbornness in her tone made Claire pause, a flicker of doubt creeping in. Had she misjudged this entirely? But no, Jake's loyalty was unshakable. She'd seen it in every late-night conversation, every quiet sacrifice he'd made for their family. Kevin had played Gina, preyed on her fears, and she'd swallowed it whole. Claire sighed. Realizing the depth of the mess they were untangling, one lie at a time. The silence in the room felt heavier than it should have, the kind of quiet that follows a storm. Claire stood by the kitchen counter, her hands trembling slightly as she gripped the edge, the coolness of the formica grounding her. The crying had stopped, abruptly. Like a faucet twisted shut, and it caught her off guard. Here she was, face to face with a woman whose voice crackled through the phone. A woman who had nearly shattered the life of the man Claire cherished more than anything. At first, a flicker of pity had stirred in her chest, softening her edges as she listened to the broken tones on the other end. But that pity evaporated the moment the woman spat out her venom. "He cheated on me." The words hit Claire like a slap. Sharp and stinging. "Kevin was there for me, so we decided to teach Jake a lesson." Claire's breath hitched, her fingers tightening until her knuckles whitened. "Jake didn't cheat on you," she interrupted, her voice steady but laced with a fire she rarely let show. "He's kind, loving, a man who'd never hurt someone that way." The woman's insistence came back fast, defiant. "He did cheat. Kevin told me." Claire's eyes narrowed, her heart pounding as she fought to keep her composure. "And you believed him?" she pressed, her tone heating up despite her best efforts. "Was there any proof?" A pause, then a weak, "No, but," Claire cut her off again, incredulous. "And you still trusted him? This is the same Kevin who abandoned you when you needed help. Even if you bought his story back then, when he walked out, didn't that tell you something?" She stopped herself mid-sentence, biting her lip hard enough to taste the faint metallic tang of frustration. She'd promised herself she wouldn't argue, wouldn't let this woman drag her into the mud. But the anger was rising now. A tidal wave she couldn't hold back, crashing against the walls of her restraint. Every terrible thing this woman had done, every selfish, spiteful act, flashed through Claire's mind like a reel of film she couldn't pause. She shook her head, her auburn hair swaying with emotion, and muttered under her breath, "She's completely out of touch with reality." Taking a deep, shuddering breath, she tried to reel herself in, to steer the conversation back to something productive. But before she could find the words, the woman dropped a bombshell that shifted everything. Claire wasn't cruel by nature. In all her years with Jake, their disagreements had been quiet storms, tense. Yes, but never loud. They'd sit across from each other at this very table, cups of coffee cooling between them, talking until the knots unraveled and they found common ground. She'd never raised her voice at their kids either, not really. Sure, there was the stern mom voice, low, firm, a velvet glove over an iron will, but yelling? That wasn't her. Until now. The woman's words sliced through her like a blade. "I'm sorry for what I did to Ashley, but that loser deserved it. He cheated on me, and I made him pay. He wasn't a real man, Kevin was. I'd do it all over again if I could." That was it. Something snapped inside Claire, a dam bursting wide open. "That's enough," she shouted, her voice booming through the kitchen, rattling the glassware on the shelves. "Don't you ever talk about my husband like that again, do you hear me? You hussy, you're a disgrace to humanity, to motherhood. Only a horrible person would do that to someone." The woman fired back, her own voice shrill and furious, "Fuck you." But Claire barreled on, unstoppable. Only a horrible person would hurt someone they claimed to love. But you know what? Thank you for letting Jake go. You don't deserve him. And don't worry about Ashley, I'll be the mother she needs. You're done with her. Just remember, what goes around comes around. Goodbye. She slammed the phone down, the clatter echoing in the stillness. Claire stood there, chest heaving, her breath coming in jagged bursts. "That woman," she hissed, venom dripping from the words as she clenched her fists and pounded them against the table. The dull thud reverberated through her arms. A release that didn't quite satisfy. Damn her. She sucked in another breath, deeper this time, willing her racing pulse to slow. Losing control like that, it didn't sit right with her. It left a sour taste, a tangle of guilt and adrenaline twisting in her gut. No one talked about Jake that way. No one. She hit the table again, harder, the sting in her palms sharpening her focus. "I need to calm down," she whispered, burying her face in her hands. The coolness of her fingers pressed against her flushed cheeks as she sank into a chair, the wood creaking beneath her. Her mind churned, replaying the call. Yes, she'd lost her temper, spectacularly, but had it been worth it? She'd learned something. The woman genuinely believed Jake had cheated. A lie Kevin had planted like a weed in her mind. Claire knew the truth. Jake's heart was too steady, too true for betrayal. The fact that this woman swallowed Kevin's story without a shred of evidence revealed more about her than anything else. Shallow, impulsive, easily swayed. But could this knowledge help her family? Claire's hazel eyes drifted to the window, where the late afternoon sun painted the backyard in golden streaks. Yes, she murmured to herself, a spark of resolve igniting. It could. Knowing the truth, the real reason behind the call, might bring Jake and Ashley some peace. That mattered more than anything. But was it enough? She leaned back. The chair tipping slightly as she pondered. Could anything ever fully mend what had been broken? And then there was the question that gnawed at her: why had the woman kept Jake's letters? If she despised him so much, thought him such a villain, why not burn them, toss them, erase him entirely? Claire frowned, trying to see it through her lens. Maybe guilt lingered beneath the bravado. A quiet regret she'd never admit. Or maybe it was simpler, spite, a trophy of her resentment. Trying to understand her is pointless, Claire decided, shaking her head. What mattered was Ashley. Those letters, hidden away until Ashley stumbled across them, had led her here, to this home, this family. That was the real victory. The realization softened her edges. And a wry laugh escaped her lips. That woman had actually gotten under her skin, pushed her to a place she hadn't been since her own ex, years ago. Exes and I don't mix, she chuckled. The sound bittersweet. She hated that she'd let herself unravel like some hormonal teenager, but there was a strange thrill in it too, a catharsis she hadn't expected. Did she mean what she'd said? That she was thankful the woman had let Jake go? Yes, she admitted, a quiet confession to the empty room. It felt selfish, maybe, but not without reason. Jake had endured hell, a betrayal that nearly crushed him, and it had carved the path to Claire, to their love. Did she regret that twist of fate? She searched her heart. The answer rising swift and clear. No. I love him too much. He's my soulmate. I'd be lost without him. And Ashley, she'd meant every word about her too. The girl might never call her mom. And that was okay. Claire didn't need the title, she needed the trust, the bond. I'm going to be the best mother I can be to her, she said aloud, her voice firm with conviction. Standing. She smoothed her hands over her jeans and surveyed the kitchen, the heart of the home she and Jake had built. The fridge hummed softly, plastered with photos of their kids. Kara's gap-toothed grin from 3rd grade, Carter's reluctant smile at his first soccer game, and now Ashley, timid but present. I'm a lucky woman, she declared, glancing at the microwave clock. 5:04. Time was slipping away. Jake would be expecting her at the bar by 6:30 for dinner before the night got hectic. Should she tell him about the call? The thought tugged at her as she grabbed her purse, her fingers brushing the worn leather. Part of her wanted to spill it all over their meal, to see his reaction, those warm brown eyes widening. Then softening as he processed it. But she hesitated. I'll save it for tonight, she decided, picturing them curled up in bed, the world muted beyond their bedroom door. Let's just enjoy the evening. Would he be upset she'd acted alone? No, they trusted each other too deeply for that. He might feel a pang at first, a flicker of frustration, but he'd get it. Jake always put the people he loved first, it's where she'd learned it from. A smile crept onto her face. Tonight would be good, great, even. Jake and Ashley were stepping out as a duo. A father and daughter finding their rhythm. Robin, Garrett's wife, would be there too, her infectious laugh mingling with the clink of wine glasses and the strum of guitars. Claire thrived in those moments, music, friends, the hum of life. She cast one last look around the kitchen, pushing the tension of the past half hour into a corner of her mind. It wasn't gone. Not really. Ashley's road ahead was still rocky, shadowed by the past. But Claire hadn't given up on Jake when he'd needed her, and she wouldn't give up now. She'd fight tooth and nail to keep this family whole. Would things ever return to how they were? Probably not, she mused, stepping toward the door. But that's life, messy, beautiful. And worth every second. Life had a way of cradling Jake in contentment one moment and then hurling him into an abyss the next. He'd built something solid, a bar that hummed with laughter and clinking glasses. A marriage to a woman whose beauty took his breath away, and a bond with two stepkids who'd woven themselves into his heart. The Bacon Bar and Grill wasn't just a business, it was his sanctuary. A testament to years of sweat and stubborn hope. At 38, he'd finally found his rhythm, a melody of stability strummed alongside his band's weekend gigs. But beneath the surface of that happiness, a storm was brewing, one that would unravel everything he held dear. It started on a day that felt like any other. The lunch crowd buzzed through the bar. A modest space with a 14-seat counter and 25 tables scattered across a hardwood floor worn smooth by years of boots and sneakers. Sunlight streamed through the windows, catching dust motes in the air as servers darted between tables, balancing trays of burgers and frosty mugs. Jake stood near the kitchen, watching his staff move like gears in a well-tuned clock. Pride swelled in his chest. He'd earned this, every laugh, every loyal customer, every note his band played on the small stage tucked in the corner. "Morning, boss." Garrett's voice cut through the hum, laced with that familiar teasing edge. Jake glanced at his watch, 12:03 p.m., and smirked. "Since when does noon count as morning?" he shot back, raising an eyebrow. Garrett, all broad shoulders and easy grins, leaned against the bar. His dark hair was flecked with gray at the temples, a nod to the decade he'd spent keeping Jake's dream afloat. "Hey, I own the place," Jake said, crossing his arms. "I roll in when I feel like it." Garrett chuckled, a sound that carried the weight of their friendship, a bond forged over late nights. Spilled drinks, and shared secrets. Their routine was a dance they'd perfected. Garrett, the ever-reliable manager, arrived at 10 sharp to unlock the doors, flip on the lights, and prep the kitchen for the lunch rush at 11:30. Jake, meanwhile, sauntered in later, his presence more supervisory than hands-on. He trusted Garrett implicitly. A trust that ran deeper than boss and employee. Their wives were friends, their lives intertwined like roots of an old tree. "Food delivery come yet?" Jake asked, wiping a smudge off the counter with his sleeve. "Yeah, truck rolled up an hour ago," Garrett replied, his tone casual but his eyes sharp. "Checked the meat this time. No almost expired junk like last week. It's kosher, boss." He flashed a smug smile, knowing he'd caught Jake's usual follow-up question before it came. Jake grinned, shaking his head. "One day. I'll trip you up, buddy." Garrett laughed, but his expression shifted, turning serious. "Hey, I've got a favor to ask. Benny Rodriguez and his car club, they want to do their meet-up here Friday night. Can you and the band switch to Saturday instead?" Jake's brow furrowed. "Don't they always hit Stibbons?" he asked. Naming the dive bar across town where chrome-polished cars lined up like trophies every weekend. Usually, Garrett admitted, but Benny asked, and I couldn't say no. Those guys drink like fish, good for business. Jake considered it, his mind ticking through the logistics. He'd been chasing Benny's crew for years, dangling cold beer and live music as bait. Now they were biting. Wait, he said, narrowing his eyes playfully. You already booked didn't you? Why even ask? Garrett opened his mouth to reply, but a server, Katie, a wiry blonde with a habit of asking oddball questions, cut in. Hey, Garrett, what's in a martini again? Jake stifled a laugh as Garrett sighed and turned to answer, leaving Jake to survey the room. The bar thrummed with life. Conversations overlapped, forks scraped plates, and the faint twang of a country song drifted from the jukebox. Jake's gaze swept over it all, landing briefly on a girl sitting alone near the window. She couldn't have been more than 19. With messy brown hair brushing her shoulders and a white t-shirt that looked like it had seen better days. Her brown eyes locked onto his for a split second, sparking an eerie flicker of recognition deep in his gut. He shook it off, chalking it up to fatigue, and headed toward a table where Casper Jones, his band's drummer, lounged with a few buddies. What's this about moving the gig to Saturday? Casper grumbled as Jake approached, his voice carrying over the chatter. At 32, Casper was a whirlwind of charisma and chaos, tall, wiry, with a mop of blonde hair and a devil-may-care grin. Single and proudly so, he treated women like fleeting muses, a new one every week. But behind the antics, he was a damn good drummer. His sticks hitting the skins like thunder. Jake slid into a chair, smirking. Garrett didn't tell you? Casper rolled his eyes. Yeah, but what's the deal? Screws up my Friday plans. Jake leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. You mean your date with, what's her name this week? Casper blinked, then burst out laughing, a sound so infectious the whole table joined in. Can't sneak anything past you, huh? He said, clapping Jake on the shoulder. You're too predictable, man. Joined the band for the girls, didn't you? Jake teased, and the laughter swelled again. Casper leaned back, crossing his arms. Who can blame me? Drummers get all the love. But Saturday messes me up. Cindy, Friday's girl, she was gonna do something special before the show. Now she can't. Sean, a stocky guy with a beard, choked on his beer. What do you mean, why? Casper's face scrunched in confusion as the table erupted again. She said she'd only do it before I play, says I'm too sweaty after, he explained, dead serious. Silence hung for a heartbeat, then chaos broke loose. Sean slid off his chair, wheezing, while Carl, a lanky guy with glasses, doubled over. Jake stumbled back, laughing so hard he bumped a nearby table, sending a guy's drink sloshing across the wood. Sorry, man, he gasped, still shaking with mirth as Garrett swooped in with a towel and the busboy scrambled to clean up. Jake tossed a few bucks on the table as an apology, smoothing things over with a sheepish grin. Once the hysteria subsided, Sean wiped his eyes. What's that got to do with anything, Casper? Just bring her Saturday. Jake nodded, curious. Yeah, seems simple enough. Casper frowned, then perked up. Oh. Maybe that works. Jake shook his head, standing. Alright, I'm back to work. But do me a favor, Sean, Carl, remind this genius it's Wednesday. Saturday's 3 days away. Not 2. He walked off to their renewed laughter, Casper's indignant, I know the days, jerk, trailing behind him. The lunch rush ebbed, leaving a lull that Jake savored. He settled at a quiet table with the books, hunting for ways to trim costs. But that nagging feeling returned, someone watching him. He looked up, and there she was again, the girl by the window. Her gaze piercing through the dim light. 2 hours she'd been there, nursing a soda, her presence tugging at something buried in his mind. Up close, she was slight, maybe 5'6". With olive skin and a frame thinned by hunger or neglect. Her jeans were faded, her sneakers scuffed. Pretty, in a raw, unpolished way, but that familiarity gnawed at him. Who was she? He stared longer, willing a memory to surface, but it slipped away like smoke. Boss? Garrett's voice snapped him back. He stood there with the day's sales printouts, a ritual Jake insisted on. Most owners waited for closing, but Jake liked the pulse of the numbers, proof the bar thrived. He took the sheets, nodding, but his thoughts lingered on the girl. Then it hit him. A memory so sharp it stole his breath, his wife, radiant in their bedroom, her laughter fading as he opened the door. And there, tangled in the sheets, was Garrett, his best friend. His brother in all but blood. The image seared into him, her flushed cheeks, Garrett's guilty eyes, the bed they'd shared for years now a graveyard of trust. Rage had erupted, a wildfire in his chest. As he lunged at Garrett, fists flying. The betrayal wasn't just a wound, it was a death sentence to the life he'd known. Now, standing in his bar, the pieces clicked. That girl, she was Garrett's daughter from a fling years back, one he'd mentioned in passing but never introduced. The resemblance was faint but undeniable, the shape of her eyes, the tilt of her jaw. She'd come looking for her father, maybe for answers, and found Jake instead. His heart turned to ice, vengeance whispering in his veins. This wasn't just infidelity, it was a reckoning. And as he met her gaze one last time, he knew, the nightmare had only begun. Garrett leaned back in his chair, a wide, triumphant smile stretching across his face as he delivered the news. Changes look like we did better than expected, we're up about 10% from what we thought. His voice carried a lilt of pride, the kind that only came with a good day's numbers. As the day manager, a strong lunch shift was his personal victory, a golden ticket to bask in the glow of success. He savored moments like these, where the clatter of plates and the hum of satisfied customers translated into cold, hard figures that made him look good. Karen, the evening manager, operated under the same unspoken rule. Good dinner numbers were her crown to wear. But Jake, the owner, had learned a bitter lesson over the years: if the numbers dipped, the blame somehow always landed squarely on his broad shoulders. No matter who was on shift. It was an unspoken irony, a twisted little game of accountability they all played, and he couldn't help but find it darkly amusing. "Great," Jake replied. His tone distracted, his eyes flickering toward the girl sitting alone across the room. She'd caught his attention earlier, a quiet figure in the bustling diner. And now she tugged at the edges of his focus like a half-remembered dream. He barely registered Garrett's next words. "So, when do I get my raise?" Garrett asked, his grin turning smug. Almost theatrical. It was a line Jake could have predicted down to the syllable. Garrett always pulled it out when the numbers shone in his favor. Jake dragged his gaze back to his manager, who sat there radiating self-satisfaction, his arms crossed casually over his chest. The man's confidence was unshakable, a trait Jake admired even if it occasionally grated on him. "So, what you're telling me," Jake said, leaning forward slightly, "is that when the numbers climb, you deserve a raise. Is that how it works?" His voice carried a playful edge, testing the waters. "Well, yeah," Garrett shot back, his grin widening as if he'd just won a round of poker. "Okay, then," Jake continued, his tone sharpening with mock seriousness, "if that's the logic, when the numbers tank, can I dock your pay?" "Nope," Garrett replied without missing a beat, his eyes glinting with mischief. "You know it doesn't work like that." "Oh, yeah? Why not?" Double standards. Boss, didn't you know? Jake tried to keep his face stern, but the corners of his mouth twitched upward, betraying him. Garrett caught it immediately, and the two of them dissolved into laughter. The sound bouncing off the diner's worn wooden walls. It was a familiar routine, a ritual of jest that had grown between them over years of working side by side. They both knew Jake paid Garrett handsomely, more than most managers in a small-town joint like this could hope for, and the teasing was just their way of keeping things light. As their chuckles faded into the ambient noise of clinking glasses and distant kitchen chatter, Jake's mood shifted. Seriously, though, he said, his voice softening with genuine appreciation. That's great news. He gestured to the stack of papers sprawled across his desk, a chaotic sea of receipts and spreadsheets. I was just digging into the numbers myself. Our profits are up across the board, food costs are finally back where they should be. He paused, his brow furrowing slightly. Still, there's always room to tweak things, you know? Garrett slid into the chair across from him, reaching for the papers with the casual ease of someone who'd done this 100 times before. He flipped through the pages, his fingers tracing columns of figures as his sharp eyes scanned for details. Yeah, I see what you mean, he murmured, then tapped a specific line with a triumphant jab. Looks like that drink spillage issue's finally under control. Jake smirked, leaning back in his chair. Yeah, and don't you dare try to take credit for that. That's all Karen's doing. Her eagle eyes caught the staff wasting half the soda fountain every shift. Garrett threw his head back and laughed, a deep, booming sound that filled the small office. Me? Steal credit from someone else's hard work? Never. His mock indignation was so over the top that Jake couldn't help but grin. All right, wise guy, Jake said, waving a hand dismissively. Is the kitchen gearing up for dinner, or are they still goofing off back there? They're having one of their important little powwows, Garrett replied, air quoting the word with a roll of his eyes. Then you can go join them. Get out of here before I find some real work to dump on you. He flashed a grin, and Garrett stood with an exaggerated groan, stretching his arms as if he'd just finished a marathon instead of a 10-minute chat. With a mock salute, he sauntered out, leaving Jake alone with his thoughts, and the girl. She was still there, sitting quietly at her table near the window, bathed in the soft, late afternoon light that streamed through the diner's smudged glass. Jake's gaze settled on her again, and this time, she didn't look back. It gave him a rare chance to study her without the awkwardness of being caught. There was something about her, the way she held herself, the faint curve of her jaw, that stirred a distant memory he couldn't quite grasp. She wore a simple jacket, frayed at the cuffs, and her dark hair fell in loose waves over her shoulders. She seemed lost in her own world, her fingers tracing idle patterns on the tabletop. Why did she feel so familiar? The question gnawed at him, a quiet itch he couldn't scratch. Then, without warning, she glanced up, and their eyes locked. Jake froze. Nervousness flickered in her expression, her lips parted slightly, her hands stilled, and it threw him off balance. He wasn't used to people reacting to him like that. Sure, he was a big guy, 6'2", 220 pounds, with tattoos snaking up his forearms, but he'd always thought his face softened the edges. People told him he had kind eyes, the kind that put folks at ease. So why did she look so rattled? The moment stretched, her gaze darting away and back again, and Jake made a snap decision. He couldn't just sit here wondering, he had to know who she was. Pushing back his chair, he stood, his boots thudding softly against the diner's weathered floorboards as he crossed the room. Her eyes tracked him, widening as he approached, and he saw the nervousness morph into something closer to fear. It stopped him cold for a heartbeat. He didn't want to scare her, but his curiosity outweighed his hesitation. "Excuse me, miss," he said, his voice gentle as he reached her table. Is it okay if I sit with you? He kept his tone polite, almost formal, hoping it would ease the tension he could feel radiating from her. She didn't answer right away. Her mouth opened, then closed. As if the words were stuck somewhere deep inside. Her hands fidgeted with the edge of her napkin, twisting it into tight little knots. After a long, uneasy pause, she gave a small, hesitant nod. Relief washed over Jake, though he hid it behind a warm smile. "Thank you," he said, easing into the chair across from her. "I'm Jake." "What's your name?" She stared at him. Her eyes wide and searching, but no words came. The silence stretched thin, fragile, and Jake could see the struggle playing out behind her gaze. She wanted to speak, he was sure of it. But something held her back. He leaned forward slightly, keeping his movements slow and non-threatening. "Are you from around here?" he asked, trying to coax her out of her shell. She paused. Then shook her head, a quick, jerky motion that sent a strand of hair tumbling across her face. Okay, so she wasn't local. That narrowed it down, but not by much. He tilted his head, searching her face for clues. "Do I know your parents, maybe?" The question slipped out before he could second-guess it, and he regretted it instantly. Her eyes widened, her breath hitched. And her lower lip trembled as if he'd struck a nerve. Jake raised his hands in a calming gesture. "Hey, I'm sorry if that upset you. That wasn't my intention." She didn't respond. But the tension in her shoulders eased just a fraction. Jake shifted tactics, offering her a lopsided smile. "Look, I haven't eaten yet, and I'm starving. Have you had anything? Want to join me for lunch?" He kept his voice light, hoping to steer them into safer waters. She didn't speak, but after a beat, she gave another small nod, her lips twitching faintly upward. It wasn't much, but it was progress. Jake grinned and waved over Sophie, the red-headed server who'd been with him since the diner's early days. She bounced over, her ponytail swinging. Her freckled face bright with curiosity. "Hey, boss, what's up?" "We're both hungry," Jake said, nodding toward the girl. "Can you grab me a buffalo chicken bacon sandwich, no fries, and ask my friend here what she'd like?" He glanced at the girl, hoping the prompt would nudge her into speaking. He was starting to suspect she was painfully shy, and he wanted to give her every chance to open up. The girl hesitated, her fingers tightening around the napkin. She began. Her voice so soft it barely carried over the diner's background noise. "I'll have a burger, if that's okay." Jake's heart lifted, she wasn't mute after all. Sophie, ever the enthusiast, jumped in. "How about the bacon cheeseburger?" "It's incredible, ask Jake, he'll vouch for it." She jabbed a playful thumb in his direction. Jake chuckled, leaning back in his chair. "She's right. There's a reason we're called the Bacon Bar and Grill. Everything's better with bacon, and ours is the best you'll find anywhere." Sophie laughed, and for the first time. The girl's lips curved into a real smile, small, tentative, but genuine. Jake's breath caught. That smile, it hit him like a jolt, familiar in a way that made his chest ache. Where had he seen it before? "Okay," she said quietly, "I'll have that." "Anything to drink?" Sophie asked, pen poised over her notepad. Jake turned to the girl, nodding encouragingly. He wanted her to take the lead, to feel comfortable enough to speak. She blinked at him, confusion flickering in her eyes, until it clicked, he was waiting for her. A broader smile broke across her face, as if she'd caught onto his little game, and she laughed, a soft, melodic sound that stopped him cold. That laugh. He knew that laugh. It wasn't hers. Not exactly, it was older, sharper, etched into his memory from a lifetime ago. It was his ex-wife's laugh, from the days before everything had gone to hell. His mind reeled. He stared into her eyes, green, flecked with gold, just like his own, and the pieces snapped together with a force that stole his breath. His pulse thundered in his ears. His palms grew slick with sweat, and a hot flush crept up his neck. Tears pricked at the corners of his eyes as the realization crashed over him like a tidal wave. It couldn't be. But it was. Boss? Sophie's voice cut through the fog, sharp with concern. You okay? You look like you've just seen a ghost. Jake tore his gaze from the girl and glanced at Sophie, his throat tight. Can you give us a minute? His voice trembled, betraying the storm raging inside him. Sophie nodded, her brow furrowed, and hurried off, casting a worried glance over her shoulder. He turned back to the girl, and when their eyes met again, he saw it. She knew he'd figured it out. His heart hammered against his ribs as he cleared his throat, forcing the words past the lump lodged there. Ashley? Is that really you? She nodded, tears spilling down her cheeks, her hands trembling as she clutched the edge of the table. Jake's own tears broke free, streaming down his face, but he didn't care who saw. Ashley. His Ashley. His little girl, lost to him for 16 years, now sitting across from him, not a child anymore, but a young woman with his eyes and her mother's sharp features. He could still see the 3-year-old he'd held in his arms, the one he'd lost when her mother had ripped her away, poisoning her against him with lies he'd never had the chance to counter. I can't believe it's you, he managed, his voice thick with emotion as he wiped at his eyes with the back of his hand. She stared back, her own tears falling silently, drinking him in as if she, too, was trying to reconcile the man before her with the father she'd once known. The silence stretched, heavy and fragile, until Jake spoke again. It's so good to see you, Ashley. You have no idea how long I've waited for this. Her expression shifted in an instant, the softness replaced by a flash of anger that caught him off guard. Oh, you dreamed of this, she snapped, her voice shaking but sharp. Then why didn't you ever come for me? The question hit him like a punch to the gut, knocking the air from his lungs. Did she really not know? He searched her eyes, looking for a hint of deception, but all he saw was pain, raw, real, and decades deep. He shook his head, a heavy sigh escaping him. This wasn't going to be easy. He should have known her mother would have twisted the story, painting him as the villain to keep Ashley under her thumb. Ashley, sweetheart, he said softly, leaning forward, his hands itching to reach for hers but staying firmly in his lap. I think we've got a lot to talk about. But I need you to know, I never gave you up. Not willingly. She glared at him, suspicion etched into every line of her face. A mirror of her mother's stubbornness. I don't understand, she said, her voice tight. What does that mean? Jake took a deep breath, steeling himself. Why don't you start by telling me what you've been told about me? Then we can figure this out together. Her glare didn't waver, but after a long moment, she relented, her tone clipped. I was told you hurt me. Hurt Mom. That you tried to take me away, so Mom went to Kevin for help. He told her to divorce you and get full custody. Her words faltered, a flicker of doubt creeping in. As if she wasn't sure she believed it herself anymore. Jake listened, his heart sinking with every word. Kevin, his ex-wife's slimy lawyer brother, always meddling, always scheming. He could see Ashley wrestling with the story, her mind turning it over, searching for truth amid the lies. She was fragile, teetering on the edge of trust. And he knew one wrong move could shatter this fragile reunion. He met her gaze, his voice steady but gentle. Sweetheart, it seems like you've been fed a lot of half-truths. Let's start unraveling them, together. Jake paused mid-sentence, his eyes lingering on Ashley's face as he gauged her reaction to his words. He'd just thrown a tangle of half-truths and revelations her way, and now he watched as the weight of them landed. Her hazel eyes widened, flickering with a mix of disbelief and something softer, maybe hurt, while a flush crept up her cheeks, turning them a vivid shade of pink. He'd struck a nerve, just as he'd suspected he would. Guilt gnawed at him, sharp and insistent, because he hadn't meant to unravel her like this, not yet. "Ashley," he said, his voice softening as he leaned forward, elbows resting on the scratched wooden table between them, "you're right to question everything I just said. I wouldn't trust me either if I were you. Those things? They're mostly lies, well, almost all of them." He hesitated, his mind drifting back to her earlier words, the accusations she'd hurled at him with a shaky voice. "Except for one part. Kevin did tell your mom to file for divorce and fight for full custody. That much is true. But the rest? Smoke and mirrors." Before Ashley could respond, the creak of the diner's swinging door interrupted the moment. Sophie bustled in, her arms laden with a tray of food and drinks that clinked faintly as she set them down on the table. The scent of greasy fries and a juicy burger wafted toward them, mingling with the faint tang of cola. "Sorry for barging in like this," Sophie said, her voice bright but rushed, her dark ponytail bouncing as she waved a hand dismissively. "Pretend I'm not even here, just ignore me." She flashed an awkward smile before scurrying off, her sneakers squeaking against the tiled floor. Jake glanced down at his plate, a turkey sandwich with a side of coleslaw, but the sight of it turned his stomach. His appetite had vanished, replaced by a growing unease that coiled tight in his chest. Across from him, though, Ashley's reaction was the opposite. Her eyes locked onto her burger, wide and ravenous, as if she hadn't eaten in days. Her fingers twitched toward it, hesitant at first, then eager. It wasn't just hunger, he realized, it was something deeper, something desperate. He studied her more closely now, his gaze tracing the details he'd overlooked in the chaos of their reunion. Her chestnut hair was a mess, tangled and unwashed, strands falling into her face like she hadn't bothered with a brush in days. Her clothes, a faded hoodie and jeans with frayed hems, were streaked with dirt, clinging to her frame in a way that suggested she'd been wearing them too long. And that look in her eyes, that hollow, hungry stare, it hit him like a punch to the gut. His daughter was suffering, and he'd been too caught up in his own shock to see it sooner. Something was wrong, terribly wrong, and the realization settled over him like a heavy fog. He had to figure this out, he had to help her. Clearing his throat, he forced a casual tone. "Hey, let's take a break and eat, huh? We can pick this back up after. I'm starving." It was a lie, and he knew she might see through it, but she didn't call him out. Instead, she nodded, a faint smile tugging at her lips as she dug into her burger with a ferocity that only deepened his worry. Even as she ate, Jake couldn't shake the nagging feeling that clung to him like damp clothes after a rainstorm. She'd been sitting in this diner for over 2 hours before he'd arrived, surely she'd ordered something before now, right? But the way she tore into that burger, like it was her first meal in ages, told a different story. His mind raced, piecing together the clues, her disheveled appearance, her hesitance, her hunger. Something wasn't adding up. "You know what," he said suddenly, pushing back his chair with a scrape, "I just remembered I need to check on something real quick. I'll be right back. You good here?" Ashley, her mouth stuffed with food, gave a quick nod, unable to speak. He offered a reassuring smile before heading toward the kitchen, his steps quickening as his thoughts churned. In the cramped kitchen area, the air was thick with the smell of sizzling grease and burnt coffee. Sophie stood near the counter, chatting with Garrett and Joel, 2 of the diner's regulars who doubled as part-time staff. Garrett, a broad-shouldered guy with a scruffy beard and a knack for prying, leaned against the wall, while Joel, wary and quiet, wiped down a cutting board. The trio froze when Jake strode in, their conversation dying mid-sentence as they turned to stare at him. "What's up, man?" Garrett asked, his brow furrowing with curiosity. "Everything cool?" Jake shrugged, his shoulders tense. "Yeah. I guess." "Look," he held up a hand as Sophie opened her mouth to speak, cutting her off. "I don't have time to get into it right now, but that girl out there?" He jerked a thumb back toward the dining area, where Ashley Saturday, "That's my daughter, Ashley. Haven't seen her in 13 years. The words hung in the air like a thunderclap. Garrett's jaw dropped, his eyes widening in disbelief. He knew Jake's messy history better than most, the years of estrangement and regret that still haunted him. Sophie's reaction was subtler. A sharp intake of breath, her hands pausing mid-motion as she processed the bombshell. She'd only heard bits and pieces of Jake's past. Whispered rumors about a bitter divorce and a kid he hadn't seen since she was a toddler. Joel just blinked, his expression unreadable, though his grip tightened on the rag in his hand. Garrett started to say something, but Jake raised his hand again, silencing him. "I can't talk about it right now, but Sophie, did she order anything earlier?" "Ashley, I mean." Sophie frowned. Thinking back. "Not much. Just some fries and a glass of water." Garrett tilted his head, his voice laced with concern. "What's this about, Jake?" But Jake barely heard him, his mind latching onto Sophie's answer. Fries, the cheapest thing on the menu, and water, which didn't cost a dime. It confirmed what he'd feared, and a wave of sorrow crashed over him, heavy and cold. "Hey, Jake?" Garrett's voice cut through his spiraling thoughts, pulling him back to the present. Jake blinked, shaking his head slightly. "Huh?" Garrett chuckled, though there was no humor in it. "Nothing, man. You just zoned out for a sec." Jake sighed, running a hand through his graying hair. "Yeah, I've got a lot on my mind. Oh, by the way, I need to cut out early today. Can you let Karen know when she gets here?" Garrett nodded, clapping him on the shoulder. "Sure thing. No problem." Jake managed a grateful nod before adding, "Thanks. I'll catch you tomorrow if I don't see you before I go." Garrett grinned. "Sounds good, boss." Then, as an afterthought, Jake turned to Sophie. "Oh, and Sophie? Could you bring Ashley a vanilla bacon sundae?" "Thanks." He didn't wait for her reply, already moving back toward the dining area, his heart pounding with a mix of dread and determination. When he reached the table, Ashley was polishing off the last bite of her burger, her movements quick and deliberate, like she was afraid it might disappear if she slowed down. She'd been starving, there was no doubt about it now, and the sight of her, so vulnerable yet so familiar, twisted something deep inside him. He slid into his seat, watching her chew. Still grappling with the surreal fact that this was his Ashley, the little girl he'd lost all those years ago, now sitting across from him with his own smirk and his ex-wife's laugh. She caught him staring and flushed, her cheeks reddening again. He offered a warm smile, relieved to see a spark of light in her eyes, a hint of the happiness she'd lost somewhere along the way. Then her gaze flicked to his untouched sandwich, and she raised an eyebrow. "I thought you were starving," she teased, her voice muffled slightly by the food she'd just swallowed. Jake chuckled, waving it off. "Oh, don't worry about me. I get so busy I forget to eat half the time, it's no big deal." Another lie, but he sold it with a grin. "You still hungry? You can have mine if you want." She shook her head, patting her stomach. "No, I'm good. That burger was amazing, though, you were right." Her blush deepened, and Jake's smile widened, but before he could respond, Sophie reappeared, balancing a towering vanilla bacon sundae on her tray. The dessert was a monstrosity, swirls of creamy vanilla ice cream drizzled with caramel, sprinkled with nuts and crunchy bacon bits, a mountain of sweetness that made Ashley's eyes light up like a kid on Christmas morning. She glanced between Sophie and the sundae. Then flashed a grin, a real, unguarded smile that warmed Jake from the inside out. It was the first genuine happiness he'd seen from her since she'd walked into the diner. And it nearly brought tears to his eyes. But then her expression faltered, and she hesitated. It looks incredible, but I'm stuffed," she said, too quickly, her voice tight. Her eyes betrayed her. Though, they lingered on the dessert with a longing she couldn't hide, and Jake's gut twisted. She wasn't full, she was broke, too proud or too scared to admit it. He opened his mouth to protest. But Sophie beat him to it, her tone light and clever. "Oh, this is for both of you. It's huge, I've never finished one alone." Jake shot her a grateful look, silently thanking her for picking up on the situation without needing it spelled out. Turning back to Ashley, he met her gaze. Her eyes narrowed slightly, a playful glint in them as if to say, "I see what you're up to." He held her stare, unflinching, until a tiny smirk curled her lips, his smirk mirrored back at him. Sophie wasn't the only sharp one at the table. For a moment, they just looked at each other, a silent understanding passing between them. Then Jake grabbed a fork, Sophie had only brought one spoon, and dug into the sundae, breaking the tension. Ashley hesitated for a heartbeat before joining him, her movements tentative at first, then eager. "That was weird," Sophie muttered under her breath, watching them. Jake looked up. His mouth full of ice cream, confused. "Huh?" Sophie grinned, shaking her head. "You really don't see it, do you?" He glanced at Ashley, searching her face for a clue. But she looked just as baffled as he felt. "That smirk," Sophie said, pointing at Ashley. "It's yours, boss." "Exactly the same." Jake turned to Ashley, and sure enough, there it was, his own lopsided grin staring back at him. Almost in sync, they both broke into matching smiles, and Sophie laughed outright. "And the grin too. Unreal. Just look at her eyes, Jake." The comment caught him off guard, and he burst into a loud, hearty laugh, the kind that shook his whole frame. Ashley giggled, a high, bubbling sound that sent a shiver down his spine. It was eerily like his ex-wife's laugh, a memory he hadn't unearthed in years. "Wow," he said, still chuckling, "that laugh, it's just like your mom's." The realization hit him then, a flood of recognition. Before he'd even known she was his daughter, he'd noticed that smirk, that spark in her eyes, but he hadn't connected the dots. Now it was undeniable, she had his features, his expressions, woven into her own. "Boss, thanks," he said, turning to Sophie, grounding himself in the moment. "We're good here." Sophie nodded. Then smiled at Ashley. "Nice to finally meet you, Ashley. Your dad's told us so much about you over the years." Ashley's head snapped up, surprise flickering across her face as she darted a nervous glance between Sophie and Jake. After a beat, she murmured, "Nice to meet you too," her voice barely above a whisper. Sophie gave a little wave, "Hope to see you again," before heading back to the kitchen. As Sophie's footsteps faded, Jake's eyes settled on Ashley, and his heart sank. Tears shimmered in her eyes, pooling at the edges before spilling over. He reached out instinctively, his hand hovering over hers. She flinched at first, pulling back, but then relaxed, letting him take her hand in his. "Ashley." "Sweetheart," he said, his voice thick with concern, "are you okay?" She kept her gaze down, her fingers trembling in his grasp. When she finally spoke, her voice was soft, fragile. "You talked about me?" Jake let out a long, heavy sigh. The lightness of the past few minutes evaporated, leaving them face to face with the raw truth they'd both been avoiding. "Ashley," he said gently, squeezing her hand, "I've never stopped thinking about you. Not once." She lifted her eyes to meet his, tears streaming down her cheeks. And he could see the war raging inside her, wanting to believe him, yet wrestling with years of pain that painted him as the villain. Her guarded posture, the way she chewed her lip, told him something had shifted recently, something big that had cracked the foundation of everything she'd been told. He ached to know what it was, but he wouldn't push, not yet. After a long, tense moment, her voice broke through, quivering. But why would Mom lie to me all these years?" Her body shook as sobs took over, raw and uncontrollable. Without thinking, Jake stood and closed the distance between them, wrapping his arms around her in a fierce, protective embrace. He half expected her to pull away, but she didn't. She sank into him, her tears soaking his shirt as she cried against his chest. He held her tight, ignoring the handful of late-night diners who glanced their way, their murmurs lost beneath the sound of her anguish. "Why would she lie to me?" she choked out between sobs, the question echoing in the air. Jake rubbed her back in slow, soothing circles, whispering, "Shoo, it's okay, sweetheart. Just let it out." His own eyes stung with unshed tears as he repeated the words, a mantra to steady them both. Holding her like this, after 13 long years, felt like a miracle and a heartbreak all at once. His ex-wife's lies had poisoned Ashley's mind against him, and the unfairness of it burned in his chest. All he wanted was to erase her pain, to rewrite the past, but he couldn't. All he could do was hold her now, offering the comfort he'd been denied the chance to give for so long. Then his phone buzzed in his pocket, a sharp, insistent vibration cutting through the moment. The ringtone, a jaunty tune he'd set for his wife, blared, but he ignored it, unwilling to let go of Ashley. She pulled back slightly, wiping her eyes with her sleeve. "Aren't you going to answer that?" she asked, her voice hoarse. Jake shook his head, offering a small, determined smile. "No. This is more important." And he meant it. Whatever came next, he wasn't letting her slip away again. Not this time. The air around them felt heavy as Ashley's voice broke through the stillness, muffled by the tears she'd been holding back. "No," she said simply. Her answer short but loaded with meaning. It wasn't just a refusal, it was a quiet declaration that Jake, sitting there in front of her, was her priority in that moment. Everything else, her confusion, her pain, the world outside, could wait. She clung to him, her sobs shaking her small frame, and Jake felt the weight of her trust pressing into his chest. After a few more seconds of raw, unspoken emotion, Ashley shifted, pulling back slightly, her hands trembling as she signaled she needed space. Jake's heart twisted, he didn't want to let go. This wasn't about what he wanted, though. It was about her, about giving her what she needed. Before he released her fully, he leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss to the top of her head, a tender gesture that stopped her mid-motion. She froze, then tilted her face up to meet his gaze, her eyes red and glistening with tears, wide with questions she didn't yet know how to voice. For a fleeting second, their eyes locked. And something unspoken passed between them, a flicker of understanding, a shared ache that didn't need words. Instead of retreating further, Ashley surprised him by wrapping her arms around him even tighter, her grip fierce, desperate. "Why did she lie to me?" she whispered, her voice soft but threaded with a new strength. A resolve that hadn't been there before. The way she phrased it had shifted subtly but significantly, no longer a vague, helpless, "Why would she lie?" but a pointed, personal, "Why did she lie to me?" That tiny change carried a mountain of meaning, and Jake felt it settle heavily on his shoulders. She wasn't just hurt, she was searching. Demanding answers with a quiet intensity that made his chest ache. He wanted to give her the truth, she deserved it, but the problem was, he didn't have all the pieces himself. His mind churned with half-formed thoughts about his ex, about the betrayal that still stung, but he'd never gotten a straight answer from her about why she'd torn their lives apart. "I don't know why she did what she did," he admitted, his voice low and honest, tinged with his own lingering frustration. "I've turned it over in my head a million times, Ashley. But I still don't have it figured out." She eased back from him then, sinking into her chair with a sigh, and Jake returned to his own seat across the small table. He glanced down and noticed the surface had been cleared while they'd been lost in their moment. Their ice cream sundae, a messy pile of melted vanilla and chocolate, was gone. All that remained were their drinks, condensation pooling around the glasses, and a scattering of crumpled napkins. His eyes drifted to the side, catching sight of Sophie and Joel lingering nearby. Their faces lit with warm, knowing smiles. Sophie, with her bright auburn hair pulled back in a loose ponytail, gave him a playful wink. And a soft chuckle escaped his lips despite the heaviness in his heart. Ashley caught the exchange, her gaze softening. "Sophie's really nice," she said, her tone carrying a hint of admiration. Jake handed her a napkin, nodding as she took it to dab at her eyes and wipe her runny nose. "Yeah, she is," he replied warmly. "I'm lucky to have her around. Keeps me sane." Ashley managed a small, grateful smile. "Thanks," she murmured, then paused, her expression shifting to something more urgent. "Can you tell me what happened now? I really need to know." Her voice trembled with a mix of determination and vulnerability, and Jake could feel how much this mattered to her. He nodded slowly, taking a sip of his drink to steady himself. The cold liquid hit his throat, grounding him as he prepared to dive into a story he'd revisited too many times in his own mind. "I'll tell you everything I can," he promised, meeting her eyes. "You deserve the truth." He leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the table, and began. "Your mom and I met in high school." Ashley cut in almost immediately, her words tumbling out like she was reciting a script she'd memorized long ago. "I know that part. You and Mom and Kevin all went to high school together. She dated Kevin first. But then you started going out with her, and you got married right after graduation. Then she had me." Her summary was brisk, mechanical. Like she was ticking off boxes from a story she'd been fed growing up. But then her brow furrowed, and her voice dropped. "It's what happened after that, it doesn't add up." Jake gave a small nod, acknowledging her confusion. "Did she ever tell you I was a musician?" Ashley tilted her head, a flicker of curiosity breaking through her frustration. "Yeah. She said you were some wannabe rock star who wouldn't let go of his big dreams." He let out a dry laugh, the sound rough around the edges. "Well, she wasn't totally wrong about the rock star part." Ashley's eyebrows shot up, clearly intrigued, and he leaned back in his chair, letting the memories flood in. "When we were dating, your mom loved that I was a musician. I'd been playing in bands since I was 14, guitar, mostly, a little drums. By high school, I was in a group that actually did pretty well. We gigs all over town, small venues mostly. But she was there for every single one, cheering me on from the front row. She loved it. When we graduated, she was the one who brought up getting married, and I was all in. I wanted it too." "Did you love her?" Ashley asked, her voice cutting through his reverie, sharp with need. Jake's expression softened, his eyes distant. "With all my heart. I thought she was incredible, beautiful. Funny, full of life. I'd wanted to propose for months but kept chickening out because I thought marriage was for grown-ups, and that felt lame. But when she suggested it, I didn't hesitate. Bought a ring the next day." His smile faded, replaced by a shadow of regret. "What doesn't make sense is that she loved me back, or at least, I thought she did. Ashley frowned. Her fingers tightening around the napkin in her hand. Things were good after the wedding, he went on. I got a job bartending at this beach club, decent tips. Steady hours, and I'd play gigs with the band on weekends. Your mom worked the front desk at a spa, answering phones, booking appointments. We were making it work. What happened next? Ashley pressed, her voice trembling with a mix of curiosity and dread. Jake could see the gears turning in her mind, her expression darkening as she braced herself for the answer. He sighed. Staring past her for a moment, out the window where the late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the parking lot. I don't know exactly when it went wrong, he said honestly. Things were solid, or so I thought. Your mom got pregnant, and we started saving up for a house, dreaming about a little place with a yard for you to run around in. When you were born, it felt like everything clicked. She was over the moon, Ashley. We both were. I'd come home from work and find her singing to you in that old rocking chair, and I'd think, this is it. This is what I want forever. Ashley's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of doubt creeping in. He could tell she was weighing his words against whatever version of the story she'd grown up with. Trying to reconcile the two. And then, he continued, his voice dropping, just before your 3rd birthday, it all came crashing down. His jaw tightened as he relived the memory. The sting of it as fresh as ever. I came home one day, earlier than usual because my shift got cut, and there they were. Your mom and Kevin, tangled up in our bed. His face flushed with embarrassment. And he winced, realizing he'd let the raw details slip out. Ashley didn't flinch, though, her expression was stony, focused, like she was bracing herself for worse. Imagine walking into your own house and seeing that, he said, his voice rough with emotion. The woman I loved, the life I thought we had, just, gone. And with Kevin, of all people. I never liked him, knew him from school, sure, but there was always something off about him. Smug, too smooth. They'd dated way back, but she swore that was ancient history. Guess I was wrong. He paused, searching for the right way to explain what came next, the part he still regretted. Looking back, what I did made everything worse, and I'm sorry for that, he said. His eyes flickering to hers, waiting for a reaction. She stared back, her face unreadable. I lost it, Ashley. Completely lost it. Grabbed him off her, threw him against the wall. And just, started swinging. Broke his nose, cracked a couple ribs. And the worst part? Your mom jumped in, screaming at me to stop, shielding him like I was the bad guy. The memory clawed at him. Sharp and bitter, and he rubbed a hand over his face as if he could wipe it away. He felt a sudden warmth, Ashley's hand slipping into his across the table. He looked up and saw her eyes blazing with anger, but it wasn't directed at him. It was for him, for them, for the betrayal they'd both endured at the hands of someone who'd claimed to love them. Holding her hand tighter, he lifted it to his lips and kissed it gently, a silent thank you for her faith in him. She gave him a faint, bittersweet smile, and in that moment, he saw it. She had her mother's features, yes, but that kindness, that quiet strength? That was all him. Jake exhaled heavily, steadying himself to keep going. I was so mad, so hurt. I couldn't think straight. I stormed out, grabbed you from your room with a handful of clothes, and drove straight to my mom's place. Ashley's brow creased, suspicion flickering in her eyes. Where was I when Mom and Kevin were? She trailed off, unable to finish. In your room, he said quietly. Playing, I think. You were fine, didn't see any of it. She frowned deeper. Clearly unsettled. What happened after that? I don't remember much. Jake's shoulders tensed, the weight of the next part pressing down on him. It's all a blur to me too, but the next day. The cops showed up. Arrested me for assault and suspicion of kidnapping. He shuddered, the memory of the cold handcuffs and the flashing lights still vivid. Finding his wife with another man had been a gut punch, but Kevin? That made it a betrayal he couldn't have seen coming. Everything seemed normal until that moment, he said, almost to himself. Then it was just chaos. That's awful. Ashley burst out, snapping him back to the present. Her voice was loud, raw, and he blinked at her, startled by the intensity. She was lost in her own thoughts now, her hands clenched into fists on the table. Ashley, he called softly, trying to pull her back. She jolted, her eyes refocusing on him. She lied to me. She said, her voice shaking with realization. She totally lied to me. Jake reached across the table, taking her hand again, his heart breaking at the pain etched across her face. I'm so sorry. Sweetheart, he murmured, feeling helpless. She was furious, and he could guess why. He'd seen his ex's version of events in the court documents, twisted. Self-serving lies, and it was obvious Ashley had been fed that story her whole life. What amazed him was how quickly she'd shifted, how fast she'd started to trust his side. Just minutes ago, she'd been skeptical, now, she was piecing it together, her mind racing to fill in the gaps. Are you okay? He asked gently, watching her closely. Do you want to stop for now? She shook her head fiercely. No. I need to know. She lied to me, she said you hurt her, threatened to take me away if she ever told anyone. She paused, studying his face for a reaction. Jake kept his expression steady, though his stomach churned. This was what he'd expected, his ex's carefully crafted narrative. She told me Kevin found out the truth and tried to help her. Ashley went on, her voice tightening. And when you caught them, she said you beat him up and took me, just like you'd warned her you would. Jake grimaced. The familiar sting of those accusations hitting him again. Yeah, that sounds like her version, he said bitterly. You knew that? Ashley's eyes widened. Yeah, he sighed. The weight of it settling over him like a fog. I read it in the court papers. Shocked the hell out of me when I saw how she'd spun it. Court papers? Ashley echoed, leaning forward. Jake nodded. His throat tight. After I got arrested, your mom, with Kevin's help, piled on the lies. Beyond the assault charge, she filed for divorce, claiming I was abusive. Tears welled up in his eyes as he spoke, the old wound reopening. And worse, she tried to strip me of my parental rights, saying I'd hurt you. Ashley's jaw dropped, outrage flashing across her face. How could she do that? Don't they need proof for stuff like that? He wiped at his eyes, his voice shaky. She had bruises, enough to make it look convincing. Ashley's eyebrows shot up. And he hurried to clarify, sensing her alarm. I've never known for sure how she got them. Either she got caught in the scuffle when I went after Kevin, or she did it to herself to sell the story. I wouldn't put it past her. He watched Ashley process this, her eyes narrowing as she sank deeper into thought. When she didn't respond, he pressed on, his voice softer now. And those claims about me hurting you? She coached you to say those things. Her head snapped up, her loud "what?" making him flinch. He glanced around instinctively, remembering they were still in the diner where he worked. Thankfully, the place was nearly empty, just Sophie wiping down the counter in the distance and Joel stacking chairs. Both pretending not to eavesdrop. Ashley's reaction hung in the air, her shock palpable, and Jake braced himself for what she'd say next. The late afternoon sun filtered through the dusty blinds of the small diner, casting long, jagged shadows across the chipped wooden table where Jake and Ashley sat. It was that strange liminal hour, too late for the lunch crowd, too early for the happy hour buzz, a time Jake knew all too well from his days running a restaurant. He hated it then, the quiet unease of it. And he felt it now, a restless itch under his skin as he glanced across at his daughter. Ashley's face was a storm cloud, her jaw tight, her eyes flashing with a fury that caught him off guard. She'd been upset before, sure, little flickers of frustration he'd seen over the years, but this? This was something raw, something deep, like a wound ripped open. Her voice cut through the stillness. Sharp and trembling as she leaned forward, fists clenched on the table. "What do you mean I was coached?" she demanded, the words grinding out through gritted teeth. Jake's chest tightened. He took a slow, deliberate breath, trying to steady himself, to find a way to soften the blow of what he had to say. The air smelled faintly of stale coffee and fried onions. A lingering ghost of the day's meals. "There's no gentle way to put this, Ashley," he said, his voice low, almost pleading. "You were coached. Guided, manipulated, really, to see me a certain way." He watched her eyes narrow, her lips press into a thin line, and he pushed on, knowing he couldn't stop now. It was just a few days after that when everything fell apart. "My mom, she tried to help me, tried to talk some sense into me when I couldn't see straight. Then the divorce papers came. And with them, an order. I wasn't allowed near you, your mom. Or the house we'd built together. It hit me like a freight train. I couldn't believe it, wouldn't believe it. I told myself there had to be some mistake, some mix-up. She wouldn't do this to me. To us." He paused, his throat dry, and took a sip of water from the glass in front of him, the ice clinking faintly against the sides. The memory flooded back, vivid and cruel. Him standing on the front porch of their old house, the paint peeling at the edges, the familiar creak of the steps under his boots. He'd gone there in a daze, desperate to see her, to understand. "I showed up anyway," he said, his voice dropping. "I had to. But it was a mistake. Chaos erupted the second I got there. Kevin, he was there, of course, lounging on the couch like he owned the place. Your mom came at me, screaming, her face twisted with something I didn't recognize. She hurled accusations, wild things I couldn't even process. I just wanted to see you, Ashley. That's all I wanted. But they barred the door, pushed me back. I panicked, lost it, really, and before I knew it, the cops were there, lights flashing in the driveway. I'd broken the order. They hauled me off. And I was back in jail. No bail, no way out. I sat there until the trial, rotting in a cell, wondering how it all went so wrong." Ashley shifted in her seat. Her impatience crackling like static in the air. "But how was I coached?" she pressed, her voice rising, sharp with the need for answers. Jake's heart ached at the sound. He wanted to reach across the table, to smooth the lines of anger from her face, but he held back. "I'm getting there, sweetheart," he said softly, trying to keep his tone steady. It's easier to tell it this way, step by step. Is that okay?" She gave a curt nod, her eyes locked on his, and he could see the storm still brewing behind them. He rubbed a hand over his face, searching for where he'd left off. "Right," he muttered to himself, then straightened up. "My lawyer, he convinced me to take a deal. The attack charge? I wasn't too worried about that. I knew I'd hurt Kevin, really hurt him, and part of me didn't regret it. But the rest? The lies about me being abusive, the claim I'd hurt you? That tore me apart. So I took the deal. 6 months and a fine. Could have been a year, but the judge took pity on me, I guess. Money was tight, your mom and Kevin had stripped me bare, taken everything I'd worked for. My lawyer stuck by me, though, even when I couldn't pay him much. He was a good guy." Ashley tilted her head, her expression softening just a fraction. "Did you fight the divorce?" she asked. Her voice quieter now, curious. Jake shook his head, a bitter laugh escaping him. No. The second she cheated, that marriage was dead to me. I didn't care about her anymore, only you. That's all that mattered. A faint smirk tugged at Ashley's lips, and Jake felt a flicker of warmth at the sight. He took another sip of water, the coolness grounding him as he pressed on. While I was locked up, your mom kept pushing those divorce papers at me. I wouldn't sign unless she agreed to share custody. When I got out, the judge said I could see you, but only with supervision. Someone watching, like I was some kind of monster. He stopped, his voice catching. The next part was harder, a memory that still stung like an open wound. He lowered his tone, almost whispering. The first time I saw you after that, you came in with a social worker. You were so small, clutching her hand. When you saw me, you screamed. Burst into tears, like I was the devil himself. Ashley's eyes widened, shock rippling across her face. I don't remember that, she said, her voice barely audible. Jake nodded gently. You were just shy of 4, sweetheart. Too young to hold on to it. But seeing you like that, it gutted me. She looked horrified, her hands twisting together in her lap, and Jake could sense the guilt creeping into her. He couldn't let that stand. Ashley, look at me, he said, firm but kind. She lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. This isn't your fault. Do you hear me? None of it. Your mother did this, to both of us. We're victims here, not you alone. She nodded after a beat, her lip trembling, but Jake wasn't sure she believed him deep down. She cleared her throat, pushing past the lump of emotion. The last thing I remember about you, it's right before we moved. Not much, just flashes. There was a red teddy bear. I was scared, but I don't know why. Jake's heart clenched. That was just after your 5th birthday, he said, the memory washing over him like a tide. I can still see it, your little face, those big eyes. It was the worst day of my life, letting you go. He shook himself back to the present. After that first meeting, when you screamed, the social worker told the court how you reacted. They were ready to cut me out for good. But I wouldn't give up. I got my lawyer to push for an expert, a psychologist, to talk to you. Your mom fought it, tooth and nail, but the judge agreed. The expert saw it clear as day, you'd been coached. Fed lies until you believed them. She wrote it all down in her report, but the damage was already done. You were terrified of me. Tears spilled down Ashley's cheeks, silent and steady. Jake let go of the glass he'd been clutching and reached for her, cupping her face in his rough hands. His thumbs brushed away the tears. His little girl's pain slicing through him like a blade. What happened after that? She asked, her voice small, almost afraid. Jake sighed, the weight of it all settling on his shoulders. Another 1.5 years of hell. Fighting over you, over money, over everything. It didn't even feel real. Looking at your mom in court, she wasn't the woman I'd married. She'd turned cold, cruel. Like someone I'd never met. Kevin was pulling the strings, I'm sure of it. I'd known him a little before, never liked him, something about the way he carried himself, smug and slippery. But I didn't see it coming, not until I walked in on them together. I was blind, Ashley. A damn fool. He took a shaky breath, sipping his water again to steady himself. Even though I never laid a hand on you, your mom convinced you I was a monster. Because of that, they decided it was better, safer, for her to have full custody. It's not fair, I know. It's brutal. But that's how it goes most of the time, the mother wins. You were so scared of me, they thought keeping me away was the right call. His voice broke, and tears welled in his own eyes. The last time I saw you was the day after your 5th birthday. I gave you that red teddy bear, praying for some miracle to bring you back to me. But you wouldn't even come close. A few days later, I signed the papers. Lost you for good. The diner fell silent, the hum of the old refrigerator in the corner the only sound. They sat there, tears streaking their faces. The weight of the past pressing down on them. Jake hadn't spoken about this in years, not like this. He'd told Garrett, his old friend, and Claire, his wife. The woman who'd pulled him out of the darkness. Thinking of Claire now, her steady voice, her warm hands, brought a faint smile to his lips. She'd be stunned to know Ashley was here. My wife, I need to call her, he said suddenly, glancing at Ashley. She was staring off, lost in her own world, her eyes distant. Ashley, he said gently. She blinked, coming back to him. But she looked fragile, unmoored. You okay? She shrugged, a small, helpless gesture. I've been trying to piece it all together. You've helped, but it's so unfair. Mom lied to me my whole life. And I still don't know why. Jake leaned back, understanding her pain all too well. I can't tell you why, sweetheart. She did what she did. But you're here now, that's what counts. Ashley didn't respond right away, her gaze searching his face, trying to read him. He could feel it, the real reason she'd come hovering between them, unspoken. Was she here to stay? To reconnect? Or just to finally hear the truth? Did her mother know she was here? Had she ever seen the letters he'd sent, year after year? The questions piled up, heavy and unanswered. He wanted her back in his life, more than anything, but what did she want? I think we need a break, he said at last. I know I do. I've got to hit the bathroom and make a call. You good with that? She nodded. Yeah, I need one too. He stood, motioning for her to follow. Come on, I'll show you where it is. They walked toward the back of the diner. The conversation hanging unfinished in the air. There was more to say, so much more, but Jake held back. She'd been through enough for one day, and his instinct was to shield her. To keep her from breaking under the weight of it all. Still, he couldn't shake his curiosity. He wanted to hear her side, to know what had brought her here after all these years. As they reached his cramped office, he pulled out his phone and sank into the chair behind his desk. He dialed Claire, his hands trembling slightly. Hey, baby, her voice came through. Warm and familiar. Hi, honey, he replied, trying to sound calm, though he knew he'd failed the second she spoke again. What's wrong? She asked, sharp and perceptive as ever. Jake chuckled despite himself, she always saw right through him, and he adored her for it. Had an unexpected visitor today, he said, pausing for effect. Ashley. The line went quiet. So long he thought the call had dropped. Ashley? Claire finally said, her voice a mix of shock and wonder. You mean the Ashley? Ashley's voice trembled with a mixture of shock and exhilaration. Spilling out in a rush of fragmented words. Yes? Oh, wow. What? How? She couldn't quite wrap her head around it, someone had just waltzed back into their lives. And it had unfolded in a way she hadn't anticipated. Her excitement buzzed through the phone line, so vivid it tugged a broad, knowing smile across Jake's face. He'd seen this coming a mile away. Ashley always wore her heart on her sleeve, her emotions bursting like fireworks whenever something big happened. I'll fill you in on every little detail later, honey, he assured her. His tone warm and steady, a quiet anchor amidst her storm of curiosity. I just wanted to call you back real quick. When you rang earlier, we were right in the thick of it. But what did you talk about? Ashley pressed, her voice practically vibrating with eager anticipation. Even through the crackle of the connection, Jake could picture her wide eyes. Her restless energy as she leaned into the conversation. What did she say? Did you mention the letters? Or that tattoo you got? What about the trust? Her questions tumbled out like a cascade. Each one layered with the thrill of the unknown. Honey, slow down, Jake chuckled, his heart swelling with affection. He adored this about her, how she could get so swept up in a moment. Her enthusiasm infectious. I swear, I'll tell you everything later, okay? That's not fair, Jake, she whined, her tone turning playful, a mock pout he could almost see through the phone. I need to know now, I can't believe this is happening. At least toss me a crumb, a tiny hint. I'm going to lose my mind waiting until tonight. Please. Her voice dipped into that soft, coaxing lilt she knew always got under his skin, and he couldn't help but laugh again. She was relentless, and he loved her for it. All right, fine, he relented, unable to resist her charm. He leaned back in his chair, the faint hum of the office around him fading as he gave her a quick rundown. She walked in out of nowhere. Took me almost 2 hours just to piece together it was really her. We talked some, but that's about it. But what did you talk about? Ashley's insistence pulled another grin from him. She was like a dog with a bone, unwilling to let even the smallest detail slip away. I laid out my side of things, he said, his voice softening as he recalled the moment. We haven't even scratched the surface of her story yet. He paused, the weight of what he'd seen settling over him. His tone grew heavier, more deliberate. She's obviously been through the ringer lately. Her clothes were a mess, wrinkled and stained, like she'd been wearing them for days. Her hair was tangled, wild. Like she hadn't brushed it in a while. I got the sense she might be strapped for cash, even though she didn't come right out and say it. Claire's gasp cut through the line, sharp and immediate. But she needs to come home with you. Her words were firm, laced with a certainty that left no room for debate. We have to help her, Jake. He smiled faintly, warmed by how effortlessly she'd picked up on his unspoken thoughts. Claire always seemed to know what was brewing in his mind, sometimes before he did. I know, hun, he replied, his voice tender. I was just about to say that. But the real question is, does she even want to? Claire gasped again, louder this time, her shock palpable. You haven't asked her yet? Jake, what were you thinking? Her words carried a gentle reprimand, but beneath it was a deep well of care. He fell silent for a moment, letting her words sink in. She was right, they'd been tiptoeing around Ashley's name for too long, dodging the hard conversations. He'd run out of excuses to keep his distance, and now the moment of truth loomed large. I hear you, he said finally, his voice breaking into the quiet. I've been avoiding the tough stuff because I didn't want to push her too hard, didn't want to see her hurt more than she already has. His throat tightened as memories flooded back, Ashley's fragile frame, the exhaustion etched into her face. Tears stung his eyes, and his voice cracked as he admitted, it was brutal, Claire. Seeing her like that, struggling so much. Oh, Jake, Claire murmured, her tone softening into something rich with empathy. I didn't mean to come down on you. You're a good man, a good dad. Just do what feels right, and it'll all fall into place. He swiped at his eyes, clearing his throat to steady himself. I'm not upset with you, he said, his voice firming up. You're spot on, she's my daughter, and I'm going to help her. I love you, babe. He could hear the smile in Claire's reply, the warmth that always made him feel grounded. Just make sure she comes home. We've got plenty of room, and I'm dying to meet her. I'll do my best, he promised, a flicker of resolve sparking in his chest. What time will you be home? He asked, shifting gears to something mundane, a small tether to normalcy. A little after 5, she said. The kids'll be back around 5:30. Okay, he replied. Could you grab some food on the way? Maybe Chinese or pizza? I'll swing by for Chinese, she decided. Pizza's a bit out of the way. Sounds perfect. See you later. Love you. And tell Ashley I can't wait to meet her. I will, Jake said, a grin tugging at his lips. Love you too. He hung up and stepped out of the back office. A newfound determination settling into his bones. Claire's words echoed in his mind. Ashley needed him, but the truth was, he needed her just as much. He adored his stepchildren, Kara and Carter. With a fierce, unwavering love, and they'd become his own in every way that mattered. But Ashley was his flesh and blood, a piece of him he'd lost years ago when her mother had taken her away. Life had been good to him since then. Claire had stitched up the jagged edges of his heart, but there was still an ache, a hollow space only Ashley could fill. Now, with this unexpected chance dangling before him, he'd move heaven and earth to bring her back into his world. As he approached the table, the sound of laughter hit him like a wave, bright and unrestrained. Ashley was doubled over, her shoulders shaking as she giggled alongside Sophie, one of his closest friends and longtime employees. Garrett, the ringleader of chaos, was mid-story, his hands waving animatedly. And then your dad standing there, totally clueless, no idea why we're all losing it. Garrett's eyes flicked up and landed on Jake, a mischievous glint sparking in them. Oh, hey, there he is. Jake recognized the tale instantly, a mortifying yet hilarious moment from years back that Garrett loved to dredge up at every opportunity. He shook his head, a reluctant smile breaking through. Of all the stories, you pick that one, he said, feigning exasperation. Garrett barreled on, undeterred, his voice rising with glee. So, nobody says a word for, like. An hour, complete silence, until this hammered guy stumbles over, claps your dad on the back, and goes, "Dude, your pants are down." Ashley and Sophie erupted into fresh peals of laughter. Their faces flushed with delight. Jake rolled his eyes but couldn't hold back a chuckle. Only Garrett would dive headfirst into such an awkward anecdote to break the ice with Ashley. He knew what they were doing, though. Garrett and Sophie were weaving her into the fold, making her feel like she belonged. They'd been by his side long enough to sense what he was planning. And their easy acceptance of Ashley warmed his heart. Okay, enough, Jake cut in, trying to muster a stern look as Garrett mimed the next part of the story. She doesn't need to hear this. Sophie and Garrett exchanged mock apologetic glances, but their grins betrayed them, and soon all four of them were laughing again, the sound bouncing off the walls of the nearly empty diner. Don't you two have work to do? Jake asked when the hilarity finally subsided, arching a brow. Garrett wiped a tear from his cheek, still snickering. Yeah. But we figured Ashley deserved the full scoop on who her old man really is. Exactly, boss, Sophie chimed in, flashing a teasing smirk. She's gotta know what she's signing up for. Ashley's giggle bubbled up again, setting off another round of chuckles from the pair. What am I going to do with these clowns? Jake muttered, half to himself. Is there a picture from that night? Garrett asked, eyes gleaming with mischief. Ashley and Sophie gasped in unison, their jaws dropping. That's enough, Jake said, his voice firm this time. Though Garrett's grin nearly broke his resolve. He coughed to cover a laugh, shaking his head. I mean it, back to work. We're heading out soon, happy hour's about to start. Go. Garrett stood, stretching dramatically. Alright, we're outta here. He turned to Ashley, his tone softening. Great meeting you, though. Sophie leaned in, wrapping Ashley in a quick, genuine hug. Yeah. We mess with your dad, but he's the best. Don't let that slip your mind. Ashley returned the embrace, her voice quiet but sincere. I won't. Thanks, both of you. As the two headed toward the kitchen, Sophie tossing a playful wink over her shoulder at Jake, Ashley settled back into her seat. They're really nice, she said, a small smile lingering. I like them. Jake nodded, his expression softening. Yeah, they're the best. Garrett's been with me since day one, through every crazy twist. Sophie's been around almost 5 years now. They never shut up, though, he added with a mock groan, earning a soft laugh from her. But then her face shifted, a shadow of hesitation creeping in. So, we're leaving soon? Her question hung in the air, tentative, her eyes searching his for something unspoken. Jake caught the flicker of unease in her gaze and guessed at the worry gnawing at her. Claire's advice rang in his ears, don't dance around it, just say it. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. I just got off the phone with my wife. Ashley's eyes widened. A jolt of surprise flashing across her face. Wife? The word stumbled out, heavy with confusion. Clearly, she hadn't known he'd built a life, a family, beyond her absence. And now she was grappling with what that might mean for her place in it. Jake reached across the table, his hand finding hers, warm and reassuring. Yeah, her name's Claire. And she's dying to meet you. Her brows shot up, disbelief warring with something softer, hope, maybe. But why? She stammered, her voice trembling as tears glistened in her eyes. Jake squeezed her hand gently, his own emotions rising. Because she knows all about you, sweetheart. So do Kara and Carter, my stepkids, though I adopted them, so they're mine too. Kara's just a couple months younger than you, and Carter's 16. I met Claire about 8 months after everything fell apart, after your mom took you for good. He paused, watching her face. Gauging how much she could take before he went on. When she stayed quiet, her expression a mix of shock and curiosity, he pressed forward. I was a mess back then, Ashley. Angry all the time. Barely holding it together. I didn't want to keep going. Money was tight, I crashed with my mom for a bit, then bounced between friends' couches. Then I met Claire. A faint smile curved his lips as he thought of her, her steady presence, her quiet strength. She was on her own too, left with 2 little kids after her husband walked out. She pulled me out of that dark place, showed me I could still be worth something, that I could be loved. She saved me, plain and simple. And now she wants to meet you. She wants to meet me? Ashley echoed, her voice small, as if testing the words to see if they'd hold. Tears spilled over now, tracing silent paths down her cheeks. Yeah, Jake said, his smile widening. Her exact words were, tell Ashley I can't wait to meet her. So, will you come with me? He held his breath, hope surging as he watched her face light up, just for a moment. And more than that, I want you to come home, Ashley. The word home hung between them, deliberate and weighted. He needed her to know he wasn't just offering a ride or a temporary stop, he was offering her a place, a family, a piece of himself she'd been missing all these years. She didn't answer right away. Her gaze dropping to their joined hands. For nearly a minute, she sat there, lost in thought, her brow furrowed as if wrestling with 1,000 unspoken questions. Jake waited, his heart pounding. Every second stretching into eternity. He'd laid it all out, his love, his longing, his promise. Now it was up to her. As Jake let out the breath he'd been holding. The sound jolted Ashley out of her dazed reverie. Her eyes, shimmering with unshed tears, locked onto his, and in that fleeting moment, a torrent of emotions crashed over her, confusion, longing. And a fragile glimmer of hope. Okay, she whispered, her voice trembling as the first tears broke free, tracing glistening paths down her cheeks. Without a second thought, Jake rose from his seat. His heart pounding with a fierce, protective instinct. He wrapped his arms around his daughter, pulling her close in a hug that felt both desperate and reverent. This time, she didn't resist. Instead, she melted into him, her grip tightening as if he were the lifeline she'd been searching for all along. Her small frame pressed against his chest. And Jake's mind raced. Did she even remember what it felt like to be held like this, to feel the unshakable love of a father? He doubted that Kevin, whoever he was, had ever offered her this kind of warmth. But that didn't matter anymore. His little girl was here, in his arms, coming back to the home she'd always belonged in. Caught up in the swell of the moment, words tumbled out of Jake before he could stop them. "I love you, Ashley." The instant the words left his lips, he felt her stiffen. Her body tensing against his. He froze, his breath catching in his throat. Had he just shattered this fragile reunion with 3 clumsy words? Self-doubt gnawed at him, his stomach twisting with regret, until she let out a soft sigh and sank back into his embrace. Relief washed over him, cool and soothing. Though a small ache lingered when she didn't echo the sentiment back. That was fine, he told himself. They had time to rebuild, to rediscover, to mend every jagged edge of their fractured past. He cleared his throat, breaking the heavy silence. "You okay?" Ashley pulled back just enough to meet his gaze, her tear-streaked face softening as she nodded. "Yeah," she murmured, then added, "Why don't we get out of here and go home?" Jake's heart leapt at the word home. As they disentangled, he watched, stunned, as Ashley bent down and retrieved a small, weathered suitcase from beneath the table. He hadn't even noticed it there, tucked away like a secret she'd been guarding. She flashed him a shy, almost apologetic smile. And something tender bloomed in his chest. Taking her hand, he guided her through the dimly lit room, offering a quick nod to Garrett, an old friend who stood near the bar, his weathered face creasing into a warm, knowing grin. They slipped out the back door, where Jake's truck waited under the glow of a flickering street lamp. He tossed her suitcase into the bed of the pickup with a casual flick of his wrist, then opened the passenger door, helping her climb inside. Settling into the driver's seat, he turned the key. And the engine rumbled to life as they set off toward the house that would now be hers too. The drive was quiet at first, the hum of the tires against the road filling the space between them. Jake couldn't recall the last time he'd felt this full, this whole. Life hadn't been miserable before, steady job, good friends, a comfortable routine, but there'd always been an emptiness gnawing at him, a void he couldn't name until now. With Ashley beside him, that missing piece clicked into place. And the world seemed to tilt back onto its proper axis. He stole a glance at her, a wide, goofy grin spreading across his face, only to falter when he saw her expression. Her hands fidgeted in her lap. Her brow creased with worry, her eyes fixed on some distant point beyond the windshield. His stomach sank. He'd been so wrapped up in his own joy that he'd overlooked the storm brewing inside her. She was stepping into a life she didn't know, a family she hadn't grown up with. He was certain his wife Claire and their kids would embrace her with open arms, but how could Ashley know that? Guilt twisted in his gut. Here he was, basking in this perfect moment, while his daughter sat beside him, wrestling with fear. Reaching over, he gently took her hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. She squeezed back, her fingers trembling slightly, and when she glanced at him, a faint smile flickered across her lips. It was small, tentative, but it was enough to steady him. Still. Her unease hung in the air like a fog, and Jake sighed, turning his attention back to the road. This wasn't going to be as simple as he'd hoped. "Wow," Ashley breathed suddenly, her voice cutting through the silence as they pulled into the driveway. Her wide eyes took in the sight before her, and Jake's chest swelled with pride. The house stood proudly under the late afternoon sun, a sprawling, white Spanish-style beauty with vibrant orange roof tiles, its clean lines and warm tones exuding a quiet elegance. It's beautiful, she whispered, almost to herself. Jake couldn't have agreed more. He pressed the button on the visor, and the garage door groaned to life, revealing the spacious interior as he eased the truck inside and cut the engine. "Come on," he said, nudging her gently. "Let me show you around." If the exterior had surprised her, the inside left her speechless. They stepped into the family room, where terracotta tiles gleamed underfoot, softened by a plush area rug in earthy tones. The space was inviting, with a mix of wood, fabric, and leather furniture arranged around a massive flat-screen TV mounted on the wall. Jake couldn't help but grin at her awestruck expression. "Follow me," he said, grabbing her suitcase and setting it beside the couch before leading her deeper into the house. The kitchen came next, a bright, airy space with smooth stone countertops and stainless steel appliances that caught the light. Beyond it lay the dining room, anchored by a sturdy dark wooden table surrounded by matching chairs, an elegant setup that saw more laughter than formality. He pointed out the formal living room too, a pristine space they rarely used, before guiding her to his favorite spot, the backyard. The screen door creaked as they stepped outside, and Ashley's jaw dropped. Before her stretched a pristine pool, its turquoise water shimmering in the sunlight, framed by a wide stone patio. A gleaming grill stood off to one side, flanked by neatly trimmed shrubs and flowering plants that added bursts of color to the simple, serene layout. "Wow," she said again, her voice laced with wonder. Jake beamed. He and Claire, his steady, practical wife who managed an office for a construction firm, had built a good life here. They'd worked hard, saved smart, and poured their hearts into this home. Jake, who didn't clock in at his mechanic job until noon, spent his early mornings tending to the place, and the backyard was his masterpiece, a sanctuary he'd crafted with his own hands. "Come on," he said, turning back toward the house. "Let's go inside. I'll show you your room." Ashley froze mid-step, her breath hitching. "My room," she stammered, as if the idea was too grand, too unreal to grasp. "Of course," he replied, his tone warm and certain. "The spare room's perfect for you." Her eyes widened, and she nodded mutely, trailing him back inside. Jake scooped up her suitcase and led her to the front entrance, then up the wide staircase. Halfway up, he noticed she'd stopped. She stood motionless, her gaze fixed on the gallery of family photos lining the wall. Setting her bag down, he joined her, following her eyes to a particular frame. In it, a younger Jake stood poolside in black swim trunks, his skin tanned from the sun. Beside him was Claire, radiant in a tasteful blue swimsuit, her light blonde hair catching the light. Two kids splashed nearby, a blonde girl of 9 or 10 in a pink swimsuit, and a bare-chested boy, maybe 7, in green trunks. "That was taken a few years after we got married," Jake said softly, watching Ashley's face. Her expression softened, a dreamy haze settling over her features as she studied the scene. He draped an arm around her, unsure what memories or questions swirled in her mind but sensing their weight. Then her eyes narrowed, zeroing in on something, a small tattoo etched over his heart. She leaned closer, squinting at the blurry image until the shape resolved into a name, Ashley. She gasped, whipping her head toward him. Is that?" "Yes," he cut in, his voice steady but thick with emotion. "I got your name tattooed over my heart before I married Claire. She encouraged me to do it." He took her hand and pressed it against his chest, letting her feel the faint thud beneath her palm. Ashley stared at him, struck silent for what felt like the dozenth time that day. "Come on," he said gently, not giving her time to dwell. "Let me show you something else." He guided her to the top of the stairs, where the final photo hung, a younger Jake, grinning wide, cradling a 2-year-old girl with straight brown hair and a blue and purple dress. Ashley's breath caught as she stared at the image, a single tear slipping down her cheek. Jake slid an arm around her, and she leaned into him, her body trembling slightly. "This was taken on your 2nd birthday," he murmured. "It's one of the few photos I have of you. I keep it here so I see it every morning when I come downstairs." The silence stretched, heavy and poignant, until Ashley turned to him, her face unreadable beneath the sheen of tears. She wiped her eyes and whispered, "I'm sorry." The words hit Jake like a punch, knocking him off balance. "Sorry for what?" he asked, brow furrowing. "You have nothing to be sorry for." "Yes, I do," she insisted, her voice breaking as sobs clawed their way out. "I've thought the worst of you for so long, and I was so wrong. When I saw you earlier, before you even knew who I was, you didn't match the picture I'd built in my head. You were kind. And people liked you, you weren't the monster I imagined. Even after everything today, I still had doubts. I'm so sorry." Her cries grew ragged, and Jake's heart shattered. "Oh, sweetheart," he said, pulling her into a fierce hug. "It's not your fault. Don't ever say that. Your mother's the one to blame, not you." He hushed her softly, rubbing her back as she clung to him, her tears soaking into his shirt. In that moment, he remembered their earlier talk at the bar, how he tried to convince her she wasn't at fault. But now he saw it. She'd been carrying that guilt all along, and it tore him apart. "This is going to be harder than I thought," he realized, holding her until her sobs ebbed. When she finally quieted, he picked up her suitcase. "Come on, let's get you settled in your room. Then I've got something else to show you, okay?" She nodded, trailing him down the hall to the 2nd door on the right. He pushed it open and stepped inside, gesturing for her to follow. The room was a cozy haven, cream-colored walls, a queen bed with a soft quilt, matching wooden furniture, and a plush armchair tucked in the corner. "Over here's the bathroom," he said, opening a side door to reveal a spacious Jack and Jill setup stocked with soaps and lotions. "You'll share it with Kara, her room's through there." He pointed to the opposite door, then nodded toward another. "Carter uses the one down the hall." Ashley took it all in, her eyes darting around. Jake swung open a set of double doors. "And this is the closet, huge, right? Plenty of space for your clothes. I know that's important." But he stopped short when he saw her flush, her gaze dropping to the floor. Glancing at her tiny suitcase, it hit him, she didn't have much to fill it with. His careless comment had embarrassed her, and he cursed himself silently. He'd picked up hints of her struggles all day, but they hadn't talked about it. Claire's voice echoed in his mind, "Be patient, Jake. Let her open up when she's ready." He sat on the bed and patted the spot beside him. "Come here, Ashley." She shuffled over, eyes downcast, and sank onto the mattress. Gently, he tilted her chin up until she met his gaze. "You don't need to feel embarrassed around me, okay? You can tell me anything, anything at all." She didn't respond, her silence stretching taut between them. He pressed on, softer now. "I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. There's nothing you need to hide from me. We've got all the time in the world to figure this out together." Ashley turned her head away, her gaze settling on the modest suitcase resting by her feet. It was a small, weathered thing, stuffed to the brim with what little she had left. For a fleeting moment, she fixated on it, as if it held the answers she couldn't find within herself. Then, slowly, she lifted her eyes to meet Jake's. Tears welled up, shimmering like fragile glass, threatening to spill over, while her lower lip quivered uncontrollably. Inside, her chest tightened with a storm of emotions she couldn't name: fear, grief, betrayal, all swirling together, pressing against her ribs. Begging for release. Jake watched her closely, his heart sinking at the sight. He could see the words trapped behind her trembling lips, desperate to break free. Yet held back by an invisible wall of doubt. She wanted to speak, he knew it, but something kept her silent, something heavy and unspoken. He had to help her tear that wall down. "It's okay, Ashley. Just talk to me," he said, his voice soft and steady, laced with a warmth meant to wrap around her like a comforting embrace. He locked his eyes with hers, willing her to see the sincerity there. To feel the safety he was offering. He didn't look away, didn't flinch, hoping she'd find in his gaze a refuge from the chaos tearing her apart. After a long, aching pause, she gave a faint nod. A tiny crack in her defenses. Then, like a dam bursting under pressure, the words tumbled out, raw and jagged. "I need help, Jake. I don't know what to do anymore. A week ago, I found out my mom's been lying to me, about everything. I didn't know who to turn to, where to go, so I tracked you down. I need the truth. I've got nothing left, someone stole all my stuff. I've got no money, no one to lean on. Please, just, help me." Her voice broke as she spoke, each syllable carrying the weight of her shattered world. Jake didn't hesitate. He pulled her into his arms, wrapping her tightly against him as she shook with sobs that seemed to come from the depths of her soul. Her pain radiated through him. A sharp ache that pierced his chest and left him feeling helpless. He wanted to scoop up every ounce of her hurt and carry it away, to shield her from the wreckage of her life. But he didn't know where to begin. All he could do was hold her, his grip firm yet tender, letting her tears soak into his shirt as he silently vowed to figure it out. When her crying finally softened, her breath slowing to a ragged rhythm, he eased back and grabbed a handful of tissues from the nightstand beside them. She took them with trembling hands. Wiping at her tear-streaked face, and he gently cupped her cheeks, guiding her eyes back to his. "Ashley," he said, his tone resolute yet kind, "you're not as alone as you think. You've got people who care about you, me, Claire, Kara, Carter, Garrett, Sophie. So many of us. You're not on your own, do you hear me?" She stared back at him, her expression clouded with disbelief. As if his words were a foreign language she couldn't yet comprehend. Jake could see it in her eyes, the years of neglect, the absence of a steady hand to guide her, had left deep scars. Her mother had failed to build her a foundation of trust, and now the idea that anyone could genuinely want to help felt like a distant, impossible dream. He knew convincing her wouldn't happen with words alone, it would take time, effort, and proof, tangible acts from him and his family to show her what she meant to them. She shook her head slightly. Her voice barely above a whisper. "But how can so many people who don't even know me want to help?" The question hung in the air, fragile and laced with confusion. Jake leaned forward. His eyes softening. "Because that's what family does, Ashley. You might not know us well yet, but you're part of us. Family steps up for each other, no matter what." Her brow furrowed. Uncertainty still etched across her face, and Jake realized it was time to stop talking and start showing. "Come on," he said, standing and extending his hand. "Follow me." She hesitated for a heartbeat before placing her hand in his, letting him guide her across the hall to a room she'd never seen before, his office, or what he jokingly called his music sanctuary. When he pushed the door open, Ashley's eyes widened, her breath catching at the sight. The walls were lined with guitars, sleek electrics, warm acoustics. Each one polished and proudly displayed like pieces of art. Jake and his wife, Claire, weren't ones for lavish spending, but guitars were his exception, his passion. He motioned to the cozy sofa across from his desk. "Sit," he said, and she sank into the cushions, still clutching the edge of her unease. Jake settled into his chair. leaning forward with his elbows on his knees, his voice steady but thick with emotion. I know it's hard to wrap your head around having support, Ashley. It's a lot to take in. And it's going to feel strange for a while. But it's real. You've got a home here with us for as long as you need it. You're my daughter, and this is your place too. He poured every ounce of conviction into his words, needing her to feel their weight. But her eyes still flickered with doubt, and he knew she wasn't ready to believe him, not fully. He had to go further, to prove he'd never stopped thinking about her, even through the years of silence. Reaching into a drawer, he pulled out a thick manila folder, its edges worn from time. He paused, his fingers brushing the surface as he steadied himself, hoping this would bridge the gap between them. Opening it, he extracted a stack of sealed envelopes. Each stamped with bold red ink, "Return to sender." "Here," he said, handing them to her. Ashley took them gingerly, her fingers tracing the faded addresses as she flipped through the pile. Her reaction wasn't what he'd anticipated. "That woman," she snapped, her voice sharp with sudden anger. Jake blinked, startled by the fire in her tone. "Ashley?" he asked. His brows knitting together. She stood abruptly, brushing past him without a word, and disappeared into the hall. Moments later, she returned, dragging her suitcase behind her. Jake's confusion deepened as she unzipped it with purpose, rummaging inside until she pulled out a messy bundle of her own envelopes, already torn open, and thrust them into his hands. "These," she said, her voice trembling with a mix of fury and hurt. "I found them last week." Jake glanced down and felt a jolt of recognition. These were his letters, 12 of them. Sent over the past year to a daughter he feared he'd lost forever. He'd written them knowing she was too young to read them herself, hoping his ex-wife might share them with her. Deep down, he'd suspected she wouldn't, but sending them had been his lifeline, a way to feel connected. In each one, he'd poured out his heart, how much he missed her. How much he loved her, despite never getting a response. The 13th had come back marked return to sender, and even after resending it, it returned again. For more followed, all rejected. Until he'd finally accepted the truth, his ex was blocking him out. The memory of that despair washed over him now, tempered only by the thought of Claire, who'd pulled him through the darkest days. "She hid them from me," Ashley said, snapping him back to the present. Her eyes blazed with betrayal as she glared at him. "How did you get these?" he asked, his voice tight with shock. She looked down, drawing a deep breath as if summoning strength from some hidden well. When she met his gaze again, there was a fierce resolve in her eyes that made Jake's chest swell with pride. She'd been battered by life, yet here she was, standing tall, a mirror of his own stubborn grit. "About a week ago," she began, her voice steady despite the storm behind it. "We got evicted from our apartment." Jake's jaw tightened, but he stayed silent, letting her unravel the story. "I came home from school. And everything, our whole life, was just dumped out on the street. Most of it was already gone, picked over by strangers. My clothes, our furniture, almost all of it, vanished." She paused, her face shadowing with the weight of the memory. Jake felt a pang of helplessness, wanting to reach back in time and shield her from that moment, but all he could do was listen. "Mom lost her job," she continued, her tone hardening. "She hated her boss, never told me why, just that they fired her. I had a part-time gig, but it wasn't enough to keep us afloat. She never let on how bad things had gotten. Then, last day of school, I found everything on the curb with a note pinned to the door." Jake frowned, a piece of the puzzle missing. "What about Kevin? Doesn't he have a job?" Ashley's expression faltered, then shifted as realization dawned. "Kevin left years ago," she said flatly. Jake's mouth fell open, disbelief crashing over him like a cold wave. "What?" She nodded, her lips pressing into a grim line. Yeah, he took off when I was 9. After we moved up north, we stayed with his uncle for a bit. Mom got pregnant again. And we had to find a bigger place. She held up the returned letters, studying them. That's probably when these started coming back. It made sense, the timing lined up. Jake had learned through his lawyer they'd been with Kevin's uncle, but once the letters stopped reaching her, he'd grown too weary to chase the truth. Kevin bailed after they had another kid? Jake asked, his voice edged with disdain. Ashley's frown mirrored his own. Yeah. Figures, right? After what I found out today, it tracks, he wouldn't stick around. Her words carried a bitter bite. And Jake couldn't help but smirk, admiring the fire in her. What did your mom think about that? He pressed. Ashley's eyes narrowed. She said only a lowlife would sleep with a married woman. The venom in her tone drew a matching smirk from Jake. They shared that spark, a resilience that no amount of hardship could snuff out. Do you know where he went? Jake asked. Curiosity tugging at him. No, she said, shaking her head. Mom wouldn't talk about him. Every time I brought him up, she'd scream at me until I stopped asking. Jake's frown deepened. Imagining how that must have twisted Ashley's sense of self, making her feel like the root of her mother's unraveling. So what happened after he left? He asked gently. Sensing her exhaustion but knowing she needed to let it out. We moved again, she said, her voice softening with weariness. She couldn't afford the place we were in. So we squeezed into a smaller apartment. I had to share a room with my little brother. Things were rough for a long time, but she eventually landed a decent job. She went on a few dates. Nothing serious. We stayed there until the eviction hit. Jake tilted his head, urging her on. And the letters? She sighed, her breath shaky. I was digging through the pile on the street. Trying to salvage anything, clothes, whatever I could grab. Then I found these boxes I'd never seen before. That's where they were, tucked away. I read them and realized she'd kept them from me all this time. Does she know you found them? Jake asked, leaning closer. Yeah, Ashley replied, frustration flaring in her voice. I confronted her. She denied it at first, even when I showed her the letters. But I could see it in her face, she was lying. She tried to pin it on Kevin, said it must have been him. But I know he wouldn't have kept them, he hated you too much. Her anger surged, her hands clenching into fists. I lost it, Jake. I had to know the truth. We had this huge fight, said awful things to each other. I told her to leave me alone, and I walked out. Stayed at a friend's place, looked you up online, quit my job. And used my last paycheck for a bus ticket. I had to find you. Her words hung heavy in the air, a testament to her courage and the chaos she'd escaped. Jake looked at her, his daughter. And saw not just a girl broken by circumstance, but a fighter, someone who'd clawed her way to him through a maze of lies and loss. He wouldn't let her down. Not now, not ever. The air between them had crackled with tension that day, words flying like shards of glass, cutting deep into wounds neither of them knew how to heal. In the heat of it all, he'd spat out something venomous, something he couldn't unsay, leave me alone. Before storming out, the door slamming shut behind him with a finality that echoed in his chest. His boots pounded the pavement as he walked, the world blurring around him, until he found himself at a friend's house, collapsing onto their worn-out couch. Fingers trembling. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through endless feeds, searching for her online, desperate for any trace of the girl he'd lost. That night, he made a decision, typed up a resignation email to his job, hands shaking as he hit send, and used his final paycheck to buy a bus ticket. He had to know. Rumors had trickled back to him over the years, whispers he couldn't shake, and now he was chasing the truth across state lines, the hum of the bus engine drowning out the chaos in his mind. When he finally found her, Ashley sat across from him, her voice steady but fragile as she recounted it all. She finished speaking, and the weight of her story settled over them like a heavy fog. She took a deep, shuddering breath, her chest rising and falling as if she'd just run a marathon. Jake stared at her, his mind a tangled mess of emotions. For years, he'd imagined what her life might have been, dreams of her laughing in a sunny backyard, nightmares of her alone in the dark. But this truth was a punch to the gut, leaving him reeling, unsure of what to say or feel. Silence stretched between them, thick and heavy, as they sat in the dim glow of the living room. He glanced at her, really looked at her. And his heart twisted painfully. Ashley's face was pale, her eyes shadowed with exhaustion, like she hadn't slept in days, maybe weeks. She looked so small, so fragile. Like all she wanted was to curl up and disappear into a dreamless sleep. He knew they couldn't end the conversation yet, there were still jagged pieces of the past to sort through, but God. He wished he could let her rest. Did Kevin treat you all right? The question slipped out, raw and urgent. He needed to know, not just for her, but for himself. The thought of that man, Kevin, the stepfather who'd stepped into his place, laying a harsh hand on his little girl, made his stomach churn, bile rising in his throat. Ashley shrugged, her shoulders slumping as if the weight of memory pressed down on her. I guess, she said, her voice soft, distant. He always made sure I knew he wasn't my real dad. Never hugged me. Never got close. But he didn't treat me badly, either. She paused, her gaze drifting to the floor, and Jake could see the struggle etched into her features, words she wanted to say but couldn't find. It's okay, he said gently, leaning forward, his voice steady despite the storm inside him. Just tell me what's on your mind. Her lip trembled, a tiny quiver that broke his heart. She opened her mouth, then closed it again, the silence stretching taut between them. He was about to nudge her, to coax her forward, when she finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. He always said you were a bad person. And I believed him. I'm so sorry. The words hit him like a freight train. Jake surged to his feet, crossing the small space between them in an instant, and pulled her into his arms. She was so light, so frail, trembling against him as he held her tight. It's not your fault, he said fiercely, his voice thick with emotion. You didn't do anything wrong, Ashley. You don't need to apologize, not to me, not to anyone. She shook in his embrace, but there were no tears this time, just a hollow, tearless exhaustion that worried him more than sobbing ever could. But it is my fault, she murmured, her voice muffled against his chest. I should have known better. I listened to them. Believed them. Her words trailed off, and Jake's anger flared, a wildfire roaring to life inside him. Who were these people, his ex-wife, Kevin, who'd twisted his daughter's mind like this? Who'd convinced her she was to blame for their failures, their cruelty? He'd kept his rage locked down for her sake, swallowing it like bitter medicine, but now it bubbled up, hot and unstoppable. Holding her close, feeling her shiver against him, he imagined tracking them down, making them pay for every ounce of pain they'd inflicted on his little girl. Damn them. But then, like a breeze cutting through smoke, Claire's voice whispered in his mind, soft, steady, grounding. Breathe deeply. Don't let the anger take over. I'm here, and I love you. It was so vivid, so real. He could almost feel her beside him, her hand resting on his shoulder. He obeyed, drawing in a long, ragged breath, then another, until the fire in his chest began to cool. He'd learned this lesson years ago, after the divorce had left him a wreck. Anger had ruled him for nearly 2 years, poisoning everything, until Claire came along. She'd pulled him back from the edge. Time and again, showing him that clinging to fury only hurt the people he loved most. And right now, Ashley needed him steady, not spiraling. Losing control wouldn't fix this. Focusing on her. He felt her still trembling in his arms. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice softer now. "Please forgive me," she whispered, and he pulled back just enough to meet her eyes. They were wide, glistening with guilt and sorrow, and it gutted him. "You have nothing to be sorry for," he said, his voice cracking as he held her gaze. "You didn't do this. Please, don't blame yourself." She stared back at him, searching his face, wanting so badly to believe him, but the guilt was a shadow she couldn't shake, not yet. He could see it, feel it. And he knew she needed time and rest, more than anything else. He'd planned to tell her about the money he'd saved for her, a little nest egg tucked away all these years, but not now. It'd overwhelm her, and she was already teetering on the edge. Tomorrow, he told himself. There'd be time tomorrow. "It's okay," he said, more to steady himself than her. "You know what?" She tilted her head, curiosity flickering in her tired eyes. "The most important thing is that you're here. You're safe. And I'm not letting anything bad happen to you again." He pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, then pulled back with a small, reassuring smile. "And we'll get you some new clothes. Claire and Kara would love to take you shopping, they live for that stuff." Ashley blinked, speechless, like the weight of the day had finally crashed down on her. "Why don't we stop here for now?" he suggested, and she nodded, a tiny, grateful motion. "Come on, let's get you settled." He let her go, grabbed her worn duffel bag from the floor, and led her down the hallway. "Relax for a bit. Claire'll be home soon with dinner." Ashley hesitated, then asked, Can I take a shower?" "Of course," he said warmly. "Follow me, I'll show you where the clean towels are." It was 5:16 when he glanced at his watch, settling at the kitchen table with a cold beer in hand. The day replayed in his mind like a fever dream, waking up, heading to work like it was any other Tuesday. Only for it to unravel into something extraordinary. He struggled to pin it down, to name it. A miracle? He wasn't a praying man, not really, but over the years. He'd sent up quiet pleas to the universe, hoping someone was listening. Had those whispers been answered? He sighed, taking a sip of his beer, still unable to wrap his head around it. Ashley, his Ashley, was upstairs, asleep in a room he'd prepared for her, a space he'd dreamed of filling with her presence again. Tears stung his eyes, joy and disbelief mingling as he wiped them away. A shaky smile tugging at his lips. Just an hour ago, he'd left her to shower and retreated to his office, gathering papers he'd need to show her later, proof of the life he'd built. The plans he'd made. He'd called the bar, told them he wouldn't be in tomorrow, then padded down the hall to check on her. No sound of running water, so he knocked. Silence. Pushing the door open. He found her curled under the blankets, freshly showered and fast asleep, her damp hair fanning across the pillow. He'd stood there, watching her breathe. Remembering how he used to do the same when she was little, marveling at her peacefulness, her quiet strength. The rumble of the garage door snapped him back to the present. Claire burst in. Arms laden with bags of Chinese takeout, her face alight with excitement. "Where is she?" she asked, scanning the room, her voice bubbling with anticipation. "Asleep," Jake said. Smiling despite himself. Claire's expression softened, a flicker of disappointment giving way to understanding. "Rough day, huh?" He nodded, and she set the food down. Crossing to him in a few quick strides. She slid onto his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing a swift, warm kiss to his lips. Pulling back, she searched his eyes. "So, what's up?" He frowned, unsure where to begin. "What happened?" she pressed, and he closed his eyes, trying to sort through the mess of it all. They really hurt her, he said finally, his voice low. She thinks it's her fault, and I can't get through to her. Anger simmered again, but Claire's hand found his cheek, her touch soft and steady. Come back to me, baby, she murmured. And he opened his eyes to find her close, her gaze anchoring him. He leaned in, kissing her deeply, a rush of warmth chasing away the darkness. When they parted, she smiled, so sweet. So Claire, that he felt like the luckiest man alive. So, what happened? She asked again, eager now. He sighed. They convinced her I was the bad guy. She blames herself. And I don't know how to fix it. Claire's voice cut through his frustration, calm and sure. Breathe, Jake. Don't let the anger win. We'll figure it out. He chuckled. The tension easing as her words sank in. What's so funny? She asked, tilting her head. Nothing. Just, you're right. I don't know what to do for her. That's easy, Claire said. And he raised an eyebrow. Easy? Yeah, she insisted. We be there for her. It'll take time, but she'll heal. Maybe therapy could help. Therapy? He echoed, skeptical. I know it's not your thing. She teased, but remember how stubborn you were when we met? You wouldn't let anyone in, not even me. I had to drag you into it, but once you did, things got better. He thought back, how he'd pushed everyone away after the divorce, how Claire had chipped away at his walls until he let her help. She was right. Things had gotten better. You're right, he admitted. Leaning in for another kiss. When they pulled apart, she grinned. Knew it. He laughed. We'll think about therapy for her, if she's open to it. Agreed, Claire said. But we might need to nudge her. She could be as stubborn as her dad. As Jake sat across from his daughter, he handed her a plate piled high with steaming food, his eyes twinkling with a mix of amusement and paternal care. She shot him a look, one of those silent, piercing glances that only a child can give a parent, full of exasperation and affection. Jake couldn't help but let out a hearty chuckle. The sound rumbling from deep within his chest. Sure, sweetheart, he said, still grinning, but I'm pretty sure she doesn't have any health insurance. We didn't dive too deep into the details, honestly, it barely came up, but I'd bet my last dollar she's got nothing lined up. I'll talk to Joan down at the office tomorrow. See if we can squeeze her onto our family plan. His voice carried a practical tone, but beneath it lingered a quiet concern. A fatherly instinct kicking in to fix things before they even became problems. Claire, sitting beside him, nodded thoughtfully, her warm hazel eyes reflecting the soft glow of the kitchen light. That's a smart move, she said, her voice gentle yet decisive. And you know, it's not just that, she's really starting from scratch. Everything she owned, all her clothes, they're gone. I told her we'd get you and Kara to take her shopping, give her a fresh start. Her words were laced with empathy, her mind already racing with ways to help. Claire's heart seemed to expand at the thought of this girl's struggles, her natural instinct to nurture kicking into overdrive. Oh, that poor thing, Claire gasped suddenly. Her hand flying to her chest as if she could feel the weight of the loss herself. We'll make sure she has everything she needs, whatever it takes. Kara's going to lose her mind over the shopping part. You know how she gets. A small, knowing smile tugged at her lips as she pictured her daughter's excitement, the way Kara's eyes would light up at the prospect of a mall adventure. Jake leaned back in his chair, the wooden frame creaking slightly under his sturdy build. Speaking of the kids, how do you think they'll take it? He asked, his tone shifting to something softer. More curious. He rubbed a hand across his stubbled jaw, imagining their reactions. Claire's face lit up like a sunrise, her optimism spilling out in waves. Oh my goodness. They're going to adore her, especially Kara. You know she's been begging for a sister since she could talk. And Carter? He's so laid back, he'll just shrug and go with it, like he always does. Her laughter danced through the air, light and infectious, and Jake couldn't help but smile back. Her certainty was a balm to his nerves, soothing the faint ripples of doubt that lingered in his mind. That's exactly what I was thinking, he said, his grin widening. What if we offered her the same setup we gave Kara and Carter? You know, the whole package, room, board, a little something to get her started? His voice carried a hopeful lilt, as if he were testing the waters of a dream he hadn't fully dared to dream yet. Claire's eyebrows shot up, her surprise genuine but fleeting. Of course we should, she replied, her tone almost scolding him for even questioning it. Did you tell her about the trust fund yet? She leaned forward slightly, her curiosity piqued, her hands clasped tightly in her lap as if she couldn't wait to hear more. Jake's expression faltered for a moment, his confident demeanor giving way to a flicker of hesitation. Not yet, he admitted, his voice dropping to a near whisper. I was going to, but, he trailed off, his gaze drifting to the floor, lost in a tangle of thoughts he couldn't quite unravel. Claire reached out, her hand finding his and squeezing gently. Oh, honey, don't worry, she murmured, her voice a soft caress against his uncertainty. Everything's going to work out just fine. She leaned in, pressing a tender kiss to his lips, her love wrapping around him like a warm blanket. Jake melted into it, his heart swelling with gratitude. He didn't know how he'd ever manage without her. Her unshakable faith in the good of the world was his anchor, his lighthouse in every storm.